Alright, welcome, Kirk. Flight guest. Let's make sure everything's working here. Oh, just changing songs. Okay. I was like, what's wrong? Let's make sure my microphone's working. It is, I think. Yep, we're good. Alright, so welcome to leg number 2 with Captain Kirk on this Star Trek pilgrimage flight, which is now spelled right. Fix that. We're going from Ticonderoga, where we left off, to visit the Star Trek original series set tour, and we're going to the hometown of Captain Kirk tonight, which is kind of scary because it's one, it's gonna be a long flight, so I'm flying way into the morning, and two, we might have to go economy on the fuel rate here on the Cirrus. Cause it's how many miles away again? Oh, it's 823 nautical miles, and we're flying IFR because we have tons of problems out here, as you can see, with all these blue minimum VFRs. There's some red there. So we're going to be above the clouds. We might ask for VFR above clouds. I'm not really sure yet. Boston Center's on for now, so we will get clearance from there. But taking off from Ticonderoga, we're going through Syracuse, Rochester, Buffalo, going to Flint, Michigan, and then all the way west to Iowa City to visit Riverside, Iowa, which is the supposedly hometown of James Kirk. James Tiberius Kirk. So, we're going to go there. We might be flying 60% power to make sure we get there. Might have to go 55 even. I'm going to see if I can punch it a little bit, but then we're going to kind of gauge it to make sure we have enough fuel. It's full on the fuel tanks. We got to get out of here. We got to make this thing happen. So, let's get our checklist out and get this thing going, shall we? Because it's going to be a long flight. I'm also going to have to take some breaks and leave it on autopilot, or as I like to say, autopilot. Because it is going to be a quite long flight. But we're going to do it, and we're going to do it tonight. I told myself we'd do it. I took a nap and got enough sleep. So there we go. I know it's VFR because I like seeing VFR map out. So I'll try to flip back so I can see where we're at. Checklists. Cirrus SR22. And see what we can do here. Pretend the pre-flight's done, so after before starting engine pre-flight inspection is completed. Emergency equipment on board. Passengers briefed. Kirk, you don't need to be briefed. You know what you're doing. You come into Starship. I also lost the pips on my uniform today. Kind of angry about that. But just one of them, so I wasn't gonna put all three of them on. Somewhere I can't find it. It's like that small, so we'll figure it out. But I do have the comm badge. Haha! Don't know if you heard that, but there you go. Alright, starting engine. External power not connected. Brakes held. Battery master switches on. Lights are off. This is not real world time, but it is real world weather, so we should see that IFR conditions up ahead. Strobe lights on. Mixture full rich. Get that throttle working. Alright, power lever full forward. And then we're going to go prime. 1, 2, 3, then boost. Very good. Propeller, we're going to clear. Power lever down to 25% or so. Oil pressure check once we get started here. Clear prop. Clear prop. I might have to get anything. Okay, down to 2,000. Right about there. Alright, oil pressure check. It is good to the green. Alternating master switch is on. And avionics going on, right? Yep. Now, I'm going to try putting in the flight plan here. I practiced this the other night doing a offline flight here, entering the G1000. So we're going to try this. This is going to take a while, though. So, origin. I got confused with that. I didn't know where to put the thing, but now it's pretty easy. So 4 Bravo 6 is our origin. Okay, en route. Oh, runway. I don't know the runway that we're taking off from yet, so let's get the ATIS around here. And that would be from Rutland, 118.375. Someone's chatting. I'll get to you in 1 second. Get wrapped up in everything I gotta do here. All right, welcome back, and welcome to our Bob Shoba. Thank you for coming back. So, all right, we're gonna see what we can do here with this E6P. I got a monitor com 2 here. So here we go. Come on now, let's hear you. Oh, okay. Well, you know what? Then I'll just pretend that I got my ass briefing by checking out SkyVector. How's that? All right, Rutland is saying 360 at 6. I'm thinking runway 2 here at Ticonderoga. Enter. All right, enter. That's runway 2 en route. Here we go. I'm gonna put in my route now. Next one. And here is our plan for tonight. I'm gonna go Vex. And I'm sorry if this is not the most exciting thing, but I'm practicing this for real world IFR in the future. So it's not just about Star Trek tonight. Vex. Long flight tonight too. What was that stutter? Okay, and then we're gonna go Cirrus. You are. Enter. And then we're going Rochester. VOR. I still think this would be easier in real life, just because it's probably a little quicker than having to use this mouse combination. But then we're going Buffalo. Don't go anywhere. Buffalo, VOR. Just got not the most exciting thing, but something I gotta do. Hopefully get cleared, or else I have to redo this thing. Enter. And then we're going Durlow intersection. Wait a minute. Whoa. Whoa, whoa. What did I just do? Durlow. It's all about learning here at the same time. Still mad about losing my pip on the floor. Those weren't cheap either. I bought them off Etsy. I used it for Halloween, so it wasn't for just this flight they got, but still. Oop, hey, see, that's what I hate about using the mouse on this thing. It skips around. Turn, and then we gotta go to Axobu. That's what it's called. A X. Come on, mouse. Be you. Stupid mouse. Enter. Alright, now we're gonna go Flint, VOR, Foxtrot, Tango. There is a way to save these, I thought. There probably is. Well, now it just froze up, so now I gotta wait. Alright. Probably the Navtech data, because I do update that. Victor India Oscar. Which I have to look what that is. I mean, it's VOR, but it's called. It's not so when I have my next flight instrument lesson, whatever that is, hopefully tomorrow, I'm supposed to go over IFR flight planning. I think that's one of the things we talked about. So, see, I'm already practicing it. I hope I have a little leg up on what I'm looking at, and I can correct any errors. Because I'm sure I'm not perfect on this. Papa Mike. The whole thing is, I have to get clearance for this, so I'd rather have it in there so we can go. But then if they change my flight plan, I gotta redo the flight plan. So I'm wondering if it'd be better to wait. Okay, and Oscar Bravo Kilo. A lot of points here, but a longer flight. Bravo. Kilo. So exciting, I know, I'm so sorry. Exciting practice. And so that nav tech thing again. Come on, man. It's the nav data, it's searching for things. Nope, just crashed. Well, poopies. I guess I'm gonna have to restart things. I'm gonna put you on standby while I do that. So, gonna be a couple of minutes. Sorry about that. I don't control when the sim crashes. So, I'm gonna go on standby. I'm gonna get everything going, and we'll be back. enjoying watching the Eric Flight Twitch channel? Want to help Eric Flight design bigger and better content? Well then, become a subscriber today. That's right, for the price of a fancy cafe, mocha, affogato, americano, you can subscribe to the Eric Flight Twitch channel and help provide for bigger and better things for the channel. For the low price of a subscription, you can rest assured knowing that you will be supporting a worthy cause towards your entertainment. So what are you waiting for? Subscribe today. Alright, sorry about this, people, but we're loading back up. That's why you hear two different things of music here. And it's Iowa City or Boston. We're gonna make this happen. So I'm probably gonna enter the flight plan because that's gonna take way too long. I'm just gonna get on here and I'm gonna do it one at a time, direct. That's what we're gonna do. And it better all work. But thank you for hanging with me. I know it's been kind of a pain already tonight. There's not much I can do. So that's just the way it is. We'll do it the manual way. We'll go direct, and luckily I have my flight plan here on my tablet, as you can see. So we'll just enter direct everything, and we have our IFR low here. It's kind of where I'm following all this stuff. And take it off for Ticonderoga. That's what we're gonna do. So anyways, once again, we'll just make sure we're full on fuel here. We are full. We're going to start the Cirrus back up. We're going to get the heck out of Dodge. So let me connect the VAT sim again. Let me file my flight plan again, which I saved. That's the cool thing. I always save my flight plans, so that was no problem. Boston Center's still on, so we'll get clearance here. And should be good. So if you're not with me yet, I understand why you left. But we'll just keep flying tonight. Tons of hours of flying on autopilot, and that's what we're going to do. Alright, let's go checklist again. So, pre-flight inspection done, emergency equipment on board, passengers brief, seatbelt, seats, harnesses adjusted, secured, external power is not connected, brakes are held, battery master switches are going on, lights are going off. Alright, real world weather, like I said, but not real world time. We're just going to double check that too, so might as well, now that I'm paranoid about the sim. Alright, strobe lights are going on. Okay, mixture full rich. Full rich. Full forward on the power lever, prime and boost. 1, 2, 3, going to boost. Okay. I'm gonna clear prop, go back to a fourth. I'll extract the power, I mean. Alright, clear prop and start. Clear prop. We are started. Alright, power lever retard to maintain 1000. Again, we might have to fly economy mode here, 55%. It's gonna be a long night. Oil pressure check, we're in the green. Good. Altimeter master switches on. Good. Avionics on. Not gonna rush this. Gonna be civil about it still, even though I'm kind of angry about having to wait for all that time to crash the desktop. Engine parameters. We're all in the green as of now. We're doing good. Okay, external power not needed. Ammeter check. We're gonna get some weather here. No, we're not, because we don't get weather. So I'm gonna pretend I did the briefing with Sky Vector, and we said runway 2 here, because Rutland, which is close. Winds coming from the north. There's also Middlebury, the weather station to the northeast of here, which I'm looking at. I might as well show you. So right here, winds from the north, winds from the north over here to Rutland. So that's what we're gonna do. Runway 2. There is a windsock, but it's hard to see from here. It's somewhere over down there. We're good. We're gonna make this happen. All right, we have to get to Boston Center. It's 134.7. Switch that now. That's on column 1. Yay. I'll have the Unicom on standby. Not that I need the Unicom because I have to get flight phone the whole time. I got my stylus. And we'll get the 4B6 plate here, even though it's not really a plate. And we'll write our instructions here as we get everything here. I just knocked over my phone, just controlling my streaming on OBS, because that's the type of night I'm having, but it's going to get better. Alright, with that, let's dial up Boston Center, which I think we're on already. Make sure I got everything else I need. Alright, taxi before taxi, brakes, flaps up, radios, alt and squawk. Transponder. AFR. Transponder. Don't need that. All right. So, let me put my first waypoint into that. Just ready to go. Bex. Oh, such a pain. So we're gonna have to do this for every single one, just to make sure. Because I'm not entering the whole flight plan. Just, it crashed last time. I just want to get them on the ground. So that's what we will do. We will just do it. Crash on me again, because if you do, I don't know if I'm gonna be able to stay on this thing tonight. Oh man. Yeah, all right, that's our first waypoint. All right, so without further ado, then I don't hear anything on Boston Center. Do you? It's very quiet for being Boston Center. We'll just double check up on to what we have here. They're still on. Just not hearing a lot because there's no one around me, probably. There's where we are, Ticonderoga. Alright. Boston Center, November 489 Echo Foxtrot. Yeah, I didn't hear anything. Give me a second. There's something wrong here with my audio. System output device.
For runway 7, fuck back.
Okay, do you want to just do a visual or do you want an instrument first?
I had to update vPilot.
Short approach, fuck back.
Okay, I'm sorry, did you want an instrument approach or a visual approach?
Misunderstood. Instrument approach, fuck back.
Okay, which, do you want to do the ILS or the RNAV for runway 7?
If not,
ILS runway 7, fuck back.
November 9085, Quebec, roger. November 9085, Quebec, proceed direct Hendy.
Say again, fuck
we're
back.
gonna depart via
November 9085, Quebec, proceed direct Hendy.
That's
Direct Hendy, fuck back.
Alright.
Air China 981,
So,
Boston Center,
without
climb and
further ado-
maintain, flight level 340.
Climb and maintain, level 340, China 985.
Taxiing, before taxi, we're good. I'll try to get it cleared, so we'll try it. Boston Center, November 489 Echo Foxtrot.
November 489, Echo Foxtrot, Boston Center.
Cirrus Echo Foxtrot on the ground at Ticonderoga, 4 Bravo 6, requesting IFR clearance as filed to Kilo India Oscar Whiskey. We have current meter.
November 489 Echo Foxtrot, cleared to the India Oscar Whiskey Airport as filed. Climb and maintain 8,000. Departure this frequency, squawk 3576.
Can you repeat the squawk for 9 Echo Foxtrot, please?
Yeah, 9 Echo Foxtrot 3576.
Okay, that was Cirrus Echo Foxtrot cleared to Kilo India Oscar Whiskey as filed. Climb and maintain 3,000. Remain with you on this frequency and squawk 3576.
November 9 Echo Foxtrot, read back correct. Hold for release, advise number 1.
We'll hold for release and advise on number 1, 9 Echo Foxtrot.
November 985 Quebec, cross Hindi at 4,000, cleared ILS runway 7 approach.
Nice
Cross
frequency.
Hendy at 4,000, cleared ILS, runway 7
There you
approach,
go.
fuck back.
Okay, we're good there. I'm going to keep it there. We are good to go. And again, we're just going to enter the waypoints one at a time. Alright, altitude. It's filed. Okay, I'm just making sure I got the craft thing going on here. Frequency transponder. What is the A mean again? I think it just means altitude. So, route as filed. Alright, that makes sense. Okay. I just gotta go through this in my head because that's the stuff I'm supposed to be working on while waiting for my lessons here. Alright, we are good. We're ready to taxi. We're gonna hold short of the runway, then we're gonna say ready for takeoff and get our takeoff clearance. So here we go. Oh, I have to reduce the take the parking brake off, right? Alright, taxi. We also have to run up here, so we're gonna do that. Right up ahead. And we'll get this thing done. How's that?
Sky 22
Now,
Victor, Boston
this
Iraq.
we're gonna cross, then we're on the active. We're gonna go over here to the run up. This is kind of weird. This is not normal. So what do you got?
Control R1009 is request leaving 20 knots, 20
Know
minutes.
what's going on there. 'Cause if
Air
you're
China
right,
981,
it's
approved as requested.
then you'll have an issue.
Number Republic.
So I'm gonna go over to the Congress to make sure that was here, which I'm sure. We're heading off to the run up. Alright, before taxi, cap signal, verify pin, remove seatbelt, seat harness, and secured. Doors, latch, brakes held, flight controls, free and correct. And they are. Okay. Let's see. Trim is set for takeoff, autopilot disconnect the flaps 50%. There you go. And checking. Yes, they are. Very good. Flight and engine switch check. Everything is in green and good to go. HSI and altimeter, check and set. We set it for 8,000. HSI should be GPS. Fuel quantity. We are full, staying on the left. Fuel selector, fuel's taken. Prop check. We're going to go to 2,000. This should be a D10. The manifold pressure should be right out there. You'd feel something like that in real life, I believe. I'm going to 1,700. Okay. Going to right. Back to both. Left. Back to both. Looks good. Alright. Pitot heat on. Turn off the CAS. We'll leave it on because there's some icing up there. Avionics on. Nav lights going on. And landing light on. We're going to keep it on. No, it's, oh. Landing light on. There we go. Alright, we're going to keep the icing off for now. Magnetos check left and right. Already did that. Power level decreased to 1,000. Okay, now set for takeoff. So we're going to go back to Boston Center. Pitot heat as required. We're going to rotate at 70. Track the flaps at 80.
American 2225, contact Cleveland Center on 125.42.
Directly here on the runway for above. Let's say 1,000 feet. And there's a problem, Captain Orange. So otherwise, we'll land directly ahead.
Azores 125, descend via the Roebuck free arrival, runway 4 right, Boston altimeter 2980.
I mean, did I get that right? Below 800 feet, this problem.
Azores 125, descend via the Roebuck free arrival, runway 4 right, Boston altimeter 2980.
We will take a
Alright, Azores, I stepped on your read back. Hit me again with
left
the
and land down one on the taxiway across the
You
runway.
can say
Whatever's
again,
available
sorry.
to us, specified speed again is 88.
Azores
rotate at
125,
70.
descend via the
Track
Roebuck
flaps
free
at
arrival,
80.
runway 4 right, Boston altimeter 2980.
1. Alright, we good? I think we're good. Alright, so we're going to turn it this way.
Should be the Roebuck free arrival, running for right.
Stay right here. See this, and this is why it's weird, because we're going to have to show here instead of over there.
American 2252, you're leaving my airspace. New York is closed. Radar service terminated. Frequency change approved.
Frequency change approved. 2252, you have a day night service.
Delta 7, 1800. Contact Cleveland Center 120, correction 125.42.
2542 Delta 17.
And we're ready to go.
Azores 125, contact Boston approach 133.0.
Alright.
133.2, Arizona 175. Bye.
Goodbye. Additional aircraft remaining on this frequency. Boston Center is suspending operations at this time. Boston Center is now
Okay.
closed. All aircraft monitor advisory frequency
cleared then.
122.8.
122.8. See that Boston Center is going down. So we're on our own now, which is fine. Alright, here we go. We're going to depart then. Let's call our takeoff then. Ticonderoga traffic, Cirrus SR22 Foxtrot departing runway 2, departure to the southwest, Ticonderoga. That's alright. Alright. We are good to go. We'll see if we have middle of the runway. Good. Alright. Engine up. Release. And here we go. Aileron slightly to the left, just in case there's the north. 70. Rotate. And we're off. Maybe about 12 degrees or so. And now we don't need that weather.
Wind 059 or at 4. Visibility 10. Sky
Track
condition
flaps.
ceiling 13,000 feet overcast.
And you know what it is? It's the
Temperature
intercom
-60,
channel.
2.10 C, altimeter 2985.
Here we go.
Kilo Mike Alpha Lima, automated weather observation 1500 Zulu. Wind
Let's use the left
059 or
pedal.
at 4.
That's why them came in here on
Visibility
the flight.
10. Sky condition ceiling 13,000 feet overcast. Temperature -60,
Okay, looking
2.10
pretty
C,
good.
altimeter
Clear on the
2985.
left. I'm going to take a slight turn to the left here.
Kilo Mike Alpha Lima,
Because
automated
if we
weather
had air traffic
observation
control, they tell us we don't
1500
take that
Zulu.
turn.
Wind
IFR, which we are tonight, but we're gonna
Visibility
see what things
10.
happen here. It's
Sky
gonna
condition
be
ceiling 13,000 feet overcast. Temperature -60, 2.10 C, altimeter
Okay.
2985.
switch.
Kilo Mike Alpha Lima, automated weather observation 1500 Zulu.
About 2.5.
Wind 059 or at 4. Visibility 10. Sky condition ceiling 13,000 feet
Alright, let me take
overcast.
off the tablet for you too, sorry.
Temperature -60, 2.10 C, altimeter 2985.
Heading
Kilo Mike Alpha Lima, automated weather observation 1500
right
Zulu.
about there.
Wind 059 or at 4.
Even though we are IFR, I'm kind of see what the right
Sky condition ceiling 13,000 feet overcast.
Alright.
Temperature -60, 2.10 C, altimeter 2985. Kilo Mike Alpha Lima, automated weather observation 1500 Zulu. Wind 059 or
Okay, we
at
might have
4.
to do economy power, which is 55%.
Sky
in the
condition
Cirrus.
ceiling 13,000 feet
So, yeah.
overcast. Temperature -60, 2.10 C, altimeter 2985.
Above
Kilo
3,000.
Mike Alpha Lima, automated weather observation 1500 Zulu. Wind 059 or at 4.
Maximum power.
Visibility 10. Sky condition ceiling 13,000 feet overcast.
So far, not too shabby.
Temperature -60.
This is gonna be like a 5.5 hour
altimeter
flight.
2985.
So, we see that we got some rain over here.
Kilo Mike Alpha Lima,
Massive
automated
amounts of
weather
rain. So it's gonna
observation
be quite interesting with the weather.
1500
Let's get to Iowa City.
057 at 4.
The goal is Iowa City. How we doing? Icing looking
Sky
pretty good.
condition ceiling 17,300
Nope,
feet overcast.
rain just disappeared, people.
Temperature -60, 2.10
Still have some rain over here, though. See that? Alright, that didn't quite capture the nav here, so let's get back here.
Visibility 10. Sky condition, few clouds at 13,000 feet. Temperature -60, 2.10 C, altimeter 2985.
Oh, man.
Kilo Mike Alpha Lima, automated weather observation 1600 Zulu. Wind 059 or at 4.
Again, we're entering our plan in manually. Because we tried entering it in, but then the sim crashed, so I'm not going to try that again.
Temperature -60.
Alright, we're going to Bex.
Altimeter 2985.
And as this arrow goes in, I'll tell you
Kilo Mike Alpha Lima,
course here.
automated weather observation 1600 Zulu. Wind
I can actually do that and set nav. That's probably the way to do it. There we go.
Sky condition ceiling 13,000 feet overcast. Temperature -60, 2.10 C,
Yeah, make sure
altimeter
we get
2985.
maximum power.
Kilo Mike Alpha Lima, automated weather observation 1600 Zulu. Wind 059 or at 4. Visibility 10. Sky condition ceiling 13,000
Check
feet
my
overcast.
checklist.
Temperature -60.
Climb.
2.10 C,
Power set. Make sure you use
2985.
fuel pump off.
Kilo Mike
You have
Alpha
to hit
Lima,
boost every
automated
time
weather
you
observation 1600
get the
Wind 059 or at 4.
Should be left on above 6,000 foot pressure altitude. Take off with hot warm fuel. Yeah, I'll leave it on. Boost. That's because there's vapor suppression during climb. Best economy is 65%. So we'll start at 65% or less. That's what it says. So we'll go 65%. See how that's going for ground speed and everything. And then go from there. Okay. That's what we're going to do. And sorry about that delay at the beginning. That was not my idea. Oh yeah, there's rain all over this area here, so we'll see what happens. Come on, Sim. Oh, there's pretty rainbows. That's a nice picture, actually. Alright, got some nice pictures already with some rain. And we're going to 8,000. Which should take us kind of in the clouds. And this is what we're dealing with, everybody. Over here, in the thick of it right here. Looks like it's a little worse to the south of us, which is right here. We're expecting some snow here in the northeast. I live more in the Boston area in real life. But looks like we'll get Cleveland Center here. And then we'll probably get let's see, Chicago Center too up ahead. So we'll just check in with them and tell them what we got here. Okay, this retard thing is driving me insane. Seeing that we don't have any air traffic control, I'm going to do some virtual ATC files here. Okay, and we'll do center. There, give me a second, I have to do that. Go center, and now I'll play some center ATC until we get to the Chicago area. Okay, we're good. I'm going to turn this down to 65% power. I'm also going to lean out the mixture one more time. And that's how we're going to have to fly this, just to make sure we have enough fuel. 65% power, not our typical 75. We're cruising at 160 knot ground speed almost, so we'll take it. It's not terrible.
Center Southwest 947, 2,700, climbing via 01 ascent, maintaining 16,000.
Yep, we're icing up, so let's put the ice on. Which is why I have the Cirrus, because one, it can go a little longer distance, and two, we can go through icing and actually survive like a 172. I mean, you can in 172, it's just that there's no real ice protection, if you will. So, now with the ice protection, you see the ice is gone. Alright, not too shabby. That's how fuel flow. Fuel flow is 14 gallons per hour. So again, I cut it short a little bit, but we'll see. We'll see what happens. We're on the 55 or less, if we have to. Okay. Fuel boost when switching tanks. I'll just leave it on. So we're above 6,000. Yeah, anyway. Alright, we're on our way to Iowa, everyone. And, yeah, we shall. Is that going to play a sound file? Probably not, because everything's not working today. It should. Is it this one? I can't remember what the code is.
Make it so.
There you go. We're making it so. Captain Kirk on board. Alright. Very good. Now see if we could load that whole flight plan like I was trying to when the simulator crashed. I would just say nav, and it would just follow the whole route, but I'm not trying that again, so we'll just go with it. Here's where we start hitting some rain. Which I'm surprised that we're not seeing any rain effects right now, but we should be. And we're flying at 8,000 feet tonight, so. Okay, I should probably squawk VFR. She didn't really give me a clearance, so I'm going to do that as well. Okay. Like he did, but he didn't. Like they're not going to know. So, I'm going to squawk Chicago if they're still open. But, that'll be right after Syracuse, which is going to be one of our VORs there. Excuse me. Oof. And we'll see if there's any clear spaces, but honestly, this is going to be IFR tonight. There's no way to do the IFR. So. .2 nautical miles away is Bex.
You're on guard!
Oh, Digi Driver! How's it going, sir?
Meow!
How's it going? It's going to be a late night tonight on this flight. It's going to take us a while, and I have to check out my fuel. But welcome to the broadcast. I still got to get you a sound file. I will be working on them. I've been working hard. I had to revise my merchandise the other day because I ordered some samples. Now this side looks awesome, doesn't it? Look at this side. It's a little off kilter. So I had to go and it's the same design in a way. But I did fix all the merch, everybody. So there you go. Guard is yours. Okay, the other mug, same thing. So I had to do some revising on the Eric Flight Etsy store. But no, I fixed everything now. This side looks great. This one was a little off. It was just my design. See what I'm saying? Like, it still looks awesome. It's just it got a little off kilter because of my design. So, glad I ordered the samples. I'll still use these mugs. And the t-shirts that I ordered samples of are coming in soon. Good Fixin's got the, sent him one of those, remove before flight shirts. So, we did that. And, who else? I think I have to comp you, Digi, if I remember right, because you're doing that scenery there. Give me a second. I got my comp list here. Did you want a gray KGRD t-shirt? I'll show you what it looks like if I have the gray version up here. Nope, that's not it. Alright. Let me show you on the old store, I guess. Which is going to be the store only for the Eric Flight products after. Let me show you. It will be... Nope, not that one. Oh, cool. Yeah, great. Alright, I'm going to show you before I say, alright, that's what I'm getting you, because I'm going to order one for you. I will need your address. Just message me on Discord with your address and your t-shirt size. But it would look like this, only bigger, because on Etsy I was able to get the design to be bigger. So pretend that it's gray, but it's big like that. Is that cool? So this gray, but with the logo that big, so you can actually read it better. That's what I'm going to get you, my friend. And that will be, thank you for working on that Plymouth scenery. Yeah, alright, good, awesome. Because I know you're working hard on that. So. Alright, other than that, I'm going to worry about flying here and give updates to where we are on the VFR sectional chart, just to show you what's around us, even though there's clouds all around us. So, without further ado, here's where we are. We're about to go into the Adirondack Mountains. I'm at 8,000 feet to avoid those, and we're going direct to Betts. But military operation area, I'm going to say it's clear, and we are right out of Ticonderoga. So, strike that, reverse it. What do you mean reverse it? The gray shirt. You want the gray color, right? Okay, I didn't really get that reverse thing, just let me know. Oh, the gray is correct, yeah, we're not getting the tan. I have to put all the colors on there still in the Etsy store. But the logo is nice and big so you can actually read it, so I felt better about that. Okay, cool. Alright, anyways, we're going to have to do all our IFR points manually. That's okay, don't worry about it, I do too. Because when I tried to put in the flight plan, it crashed the desktop and I didn't feel like redoing everything. So you can see where we're going on this thing. Direct to Bex, and then we're going to head to Syracuse VOR. Sierra Yankee Romeo. That's what I'm putting on as the next one. So, yeah, I started putting it in because I want to be the nice guy with the G1000. But I actually put in like my third to last waypoint, and then it crashed the desktop. So I was like, that's it. Then we had to wait for the whole thing to load scenery, and then we got back on. So, but we're going to be up late tonight, and I knew that, but now we're going to be up even later. It's all right. We're also going to test the endurance of the SR22 because we're going like 800 something nautical miles. So that's why we're flying 65% power, and we'll go less than that if we have to. All right, see them on the left. I'm going to have it on boost, which I do. Going to switch to the right tank, and we are flying IFR. Boston Center signed off right before I was going to ask for takeoff clearance too. But we're good. Make this happen. Right. We are 27.5 nautical miles away. So when we get about 10 nautical miles, that's when I'm going to think about putting in the next waypoint, but not activating it. Yeah, all right. As long as we know what we're doing tonight, right? Now, it's going to get cloudy. We're probably going to be above the clouds, unless they are far reaching up high above us, but we are definitely IFR on tonight's flight. Not real world time, but real world weather. So, oh, cool. Oh, cool. You going for the helicopter hangar, huh? It's fun to land there, and then the state police are like landing with you on the helicopters. But yeah. All right, I might check that out here and there, and then if I can, I do on my phone, so I might mute it and check it out on my cell phone. But yeah, let's give you a shout out this time too. Shout out to DigiDriver, who is working very hard and diligently on making my my real world home base of flying Plymouth Kilo Papa Yankee Mike. You have last playing Euro Truck Simulator. I love the American Truck Simulator when I actually get to play it. So, but that's very infrequently now. So. All I ask Digi is when you get that shirt, try to let me give me like a picture or something. You don't have to put your face in it. I just want to see the shirt because I ordered one in like a blue, navy blue, and it looked. I'm waiting for it to come in still, but I'm trying to get people's feedback. You know what I mean? So the mugs I had to fix, but I fixed them last night, so now the mugs are perfect. I know they're perfect because I saw my little design flaw. So, but anything new there? I redesigned a couple things on the store. We have the Eat, Sleep, Flight Sim Repeat, but I did more taxi sign work on it, so now that's a better design if you ask me. Flying mode mugs, like I said, all the mugs I had to kind of redesign, but look, they look beautiful now. They're huge. Look at that design. And they come in the Airbus, or the Boeing, or the Cessna 172 steam gauge, which is over here. We have the glass panel G1000, which is what we're flying the Cirrus tonight. Piper, okay, we have the Remove Before Flight shirt. I sent one of those to Good Fixins. It's on its way. Again, had to fix these mugs. Did the updated design on that. So it looks pretty nice, if you know what I mean. And then everything else is pretty much there because it was working out fine. I did have to redesign the caution when we start talking about Flight Sim mug. And I'm having these come in hopefully tomorrow because I ordered these for myself. I'm going to hang them up in the office. But when I get those, I'm going to show people what they look like. And yeah, just going to keep working. The more stuff I get up there, I think the more people like outside of the Flight Sim streaming are going to see stuff, and hopefully maybe I'll make a couple bucks to fly in real life more, which that's going a lot better now. But yeah, so I got more ideas, and see what happens. But the mugs are nice. It's just like this one's not terrible, but it came in a little off on the left side instead of the right side. But I did have coffee in it. It's very pleasurable drinking coffee in it. So.
441 Romeo Sierra, contact center now 133.4. Bye-bye.
133.4, 1 Romeo 0.
Anywho, we got Bex. We're 17.5 nautical miles out. There's nothing really to see because we are in the soup here. And we will continue on to Iowa City, Iowa, which is near Riverside, Iowa, which is the hometown of our very own Captain Kirk. I'm more of a TNG fan, but I am watching the original series. I'm almost done with season 2. So. Oh, cool. Yeah, that's the way to do it. I was going to wear the pips tonight, and I lost one of my pips that I ordered on Etsy. That's terrible. These weren't cheap either. It's got to do the whole get-up. It's going to be like right there. It's going to look awesome. First contact. I still got to watch Picard. Every time I start it, I don't watch it for a while, and then I'm like, oh crap, and I have to start over again. But I'm going to do the original series 3rd season, get that done and over with, and then basically move on from there. The Next Generation, I've already watched every episode. Voyager, I love the theme music, but I never really got to go through that. Ooh, Rainbow. And this is what we're looking like, just rain everywhere. I guess I'll take another rainbow picture here. Screen capture. Rain all around us. Now you know my file that far. And who's that guy? Who's that guy? That's me. Haha. And that is a design that's going to be on the Eric Flight merch store. So the Etsy's more general aviation flight sim gear. And then I'm going to have the Eric Flight inspired designs be on a different store. They're going to be a little cheaper too than Etsy. Just that's the way it works. So that's why I'm also doing that. And I'm going to be opening up a fourthwall.com store for that because it's more of a streamer merch place. So I guess Picard, this is the last season, huh? So that might be it for Picard, like forever. It's kind of sad. All right, we are 12 nautical miles out, so I'll start putting in my next waypoint, which is Syracuse VOR, Sierra Yankee Romeo, direct. But we won't enter it in just yet. We'll just, we won't, confirm it. Just get it ready. Of course, with those bouncing around, it makes it harder.
November 49er Whiskey Alpha Center, good morning.
That's why we get it ready ahead of time. Because if we have to do this, then we have to do this. Alright, so as we get close, we're going to hit enter and just make it go activate that.
3457 Center, good morning.
She was, yeah. It's just, it's just, you got to get into it, and I just couldn't get into it for some reason. I'm gonna force myself to get into it. I think the Next Generation had a wonderful theme song, obviously, but I think Voyager had the best intro theme song of all the Star Trek series, if you ask me. Yeah, I don't know what it is. I think it's the French horn. I don't know if it's the English horn or French horn, but there's that melody. It's mellow, but it's so just regal and amazing.
406 Center, good morning.
And I don't know. That's just a musician in me, I guess. But what was I gonna say? Deep Space Nine. That's the one I'm really going to have to push myself to. There are awesome characters there, but the problem with me is that it's on a station. So they don't go anywhere. It's just, that's the station. And I remember watching all these episodes growing up in the 90s. I'm an 80s and 90s child. And it's not that I'm forcing myself. It's just, I want to watch it. It's just, it's going to be difficult with the being on a station only and not a ship, if that makes sense. That's the way I feel. At least that's the way I felt about when I watched back then. We are in the soup. Alright, we are 7.0 nautical miles away from Bex, so right about 1 nautical mile, we'll shift to Syracuse. And then right around Syracuse, we'll check and see if Chicago Center's on and get ready for them. And we're good to go.
Good morning, climate maintain, flight level 330. 330, South 1429.
But we're listening to some real world ATC background ambiance, if you will. As far as FS Expo, I'd love to be there. I don't see it happening right now. We're saving money. And I just don't feel like it'd be prudent for me to spend that money when I'm going to do some real world flying. So I'm hoping. Maybe the merch takes off in 2 weeks, but I'm not holding my breath because I know I need a lot more stuff there to get people's attention. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. Then the Eric Flight merch, I know that's not, realistically, not going to sell as much as what the Etsy stuff should sell as, but who knows? With supporters, it's pretty nice stuff they have there planned. I'm really proud of one thing on that store, as of now, like really proud. I just made my first wraparound mug, so. But yeah, unless they come with a bunch of cash, that's what I'm talking about. It's a hard pass. And it's sad, but it's kind of necessary because I'm going to spend it on other things, like real world flying. So, that's not a loss, you know? Alright. Hopefully flying for real again really soon. My instructor's still waiting for his medical. Last thing I do, I got to call him, see what the story is. It's going to go through. It's just a matter of the FAA getting their heads out of their butts, moving on it. But, seeing that we're stuck in the soup and there's not much to look at, I'll show you some of the Eric Flight inspired designs. So, which is not the Etsy store. This isn't out or released yet, but I can show you some of the things that are Eric Flight only inspired, which are not going on the Etsy. But again, the prices are going to be cheaper. So, this one is going to be fun, alright? As soon as I switch to Syracuse, which I'm going to do right about now, let's activate that. And it's the VOR. There you go. And activate. And go. We're going to Syracuse. Okay. So, this one I'm proud of. This is a flight sim. This doesn't look like flight sim if you look at it really fast, though, does it? But it has a great saying on it. If at first you don't succeed, pilot is probably not the hobby for you. And the cool design is it's a wraparound mug. So it goes all the way around the mug. I thought that was cool, and it has 489 Echo Foxtrot has a 172 on it from one of our previous flights there. I like that one a lot. And then this shirt right down here, the historical pilot silhouette shirt. Look what I'm wearing in the sim, everybody. There we go. I'm rocking it right on stream right there. See that? So that was inspired by my 1926 U.S. airmail route picture, and I made it a silhouette. I think it's very stylish. But we've got that with the Eric Flight logo, without. I have my wonderful keychains I've had for years. I just never really got around to selling them. We have Eric Flight stickers. We have the 4-panel Beechcraft Bonanza t-shirt, and that is inspired by this little ditty. Even though we're not flying the Bonanza tonight. But that is seen as a 4-panel on this t-shirt. Right there. How cool is that? I think that's pretty cool. Look at that. And then we have it available as a Bonanza only. That'd be 712 Echo Foxtrot right there with the Bonanza superimposed. We also have, this is really cool. My son actually liked this design a lot. We have the Eric Flight Icons 3-sided graphic mug. Wraparound has the nice icon graphics, which are in Eric Flight colors. And then in the middle of the mug is the Eric Flight's logo. And then the back has the same design, so it kind of looks like that. I thought that was awesome. That's inspired by... yeah, isn't it cool? I love that theme. I started watching Bonanza too, if that means anything. But alright, enough about my designs. I'm just saying that we have some Eric Flight merch that I have designed, and it's probably going to be cheaper than the Etsy stuff, because again, if you want to support the Eric Flight channel, that's another way of doing it. But that will get me to places like FS Expo in the future. Probably not this year, but in the future. Once that is released.
Make it so.
So, make it so! And you know what I'm going to have to do in return. Number one. There you go. And I'm rocking the real TNG shirt tonight. Just lost my pip. Those pips weren't cheap. I'm kind of angry about that. But there's this place on Etsy. They did an excellent job. Thank you. The whip, yeah. So, well, some guy recorded that on YouTube, so I used his version because it was giving me copyright strikes on the other ones. which made sense. I mean, I just thought maybe if I'm using it really quick, it wouldn't. But, you know, I tested it until I got one. Excuse me. All right, we're at 8,000 feet. We're in the soup still, hence why I've tried to capture your interest with the designs. I'm not trying to push it too hard, am I? And then, like I said, any support, like DigiDriver making scenery, or good fixing, subscribing to me, and being awesome, and me trying to pay back with a little bit of flight sim / flying gear. I think that's kind of cool. So, and thank you for all your support over the years. It's been, well, will it be 3 years in June, I think, of streaming. And unfortunately, I am a family man, so I can't do what other streamers do, which is like post and say, I want to be on this 3 days a week. But I do appreciate whenever you do come out. I like practice stuff for real world here. This IFR flight to Iowa City is not just for the Star Trek aspect, but it is a large part of that. It gives me a reason to fly to these places. And then we're also going to practice some IFR, so. Oh, thank you. Well, I am succeeding. It's just, you know, it is what it is. I just stream because I want to flight sim anyways. That's how this all started. It's not like a business opportunity. I just do opportunities that might make me a little more money so I can actually do more things like fly in the real world and go to FS Expo. And I don't use my teaching salary at all for flying in the real world. So that's why I do these extra business ventures on the side. And that's how I'm able to justify that I could spend, you know, $300 to $400 on a long distance cross country flight and still feel good about myself. That's the truth of it, people. $300 to $400 is a cross country now if you're renting for about 2.5 hours. 2.5 hours of flying, that is.
Go ahead.
Were you assigned Mach 77 or less, or is this what you were flying?
Nah, yeah, previous controller gave us 77.
Okay,
all right, it's clearing up a little bit.
Okay.
But succeeding, I already do. I succeed. So, again, it's just about making that extra money for going above and beyond and being able to fly and this and that. So, and that happens through YouTube already for the real world flying. But, you know, more money means more opportunities to do more things, you know. Unfortunately, that's the way the world works. Direct to secure. Let's see outside. Got a little bit of icing happening right there, even though I got the ice protection on. So we're okay still. That was expected. And we should be okay still. There's some icing on. That's nice picture too. Yeah. Again, if you didn't want to join me on this IFR flight, you can do whatever you want for weather, but we're going to be flying for a couple hours here. So that's just the way this flight is going. How are we doing on fuel? That's the biggest problem I think I'm going to have. It's just managing fuel here.
Southwest 1429, contact center 127.17. Good morning.
2717, take care.
Yeah, I'm a little nervous about that. The range is supposed to be 1,000 miles this thing. That's probably with economy settings. So again, if I go down to 55% power, that's just to try to save gas. If I go even slower than that, we'll save gas, but we'll be slow. You know?
350.
So we'll see what happens. Wind is from a tailwind too, which is the other reason why I did this. And thank you for your prayers, Digi. I do thank you for that. But I'm doing fine. It's just trying to make more to do more. That's all it is. I do have to make it back down to Dallas sometime to see my niece. That's the other thing. That's
34, 37, 57.
another thing. Then we're trying to go to Disney World. So you see, it's about planning and having the means to do so. Hence why FS Expo is probably not going to happen this year. So, but we finally got through the Christmas stuff, and it's just a matter of building back up now. So we were never in danger. It's just a matter of it just got a little tight. That's it. So this is beautiful to be above the clouds. I never get to see this in real life because if I did this in real life, I'm pooping my pants. Going, how am I going to stay VFR? I have to punch a hole through it and pray, you know. There's the ground. You see it's a little snowy up here as we head towards Syracuse, New York here on the IFR flight plan. keeping track of our fuel. Which I think we're going to be fine, but I knew I was going to be able to 75% and feel good about it.
Stream 280 Golf Uniform Center, Roger.
Alrighty then. Captain Kirk, speechless.
Delta 1698 request.
It's kind of cool to see like the old versus the kind of newish. And then, again, I wore this for Halloween this year, so that's why I can do it. And my comm badge actually does make the noise. I don't know if you can hear this, but it's actually Bluetooth. I can connect it to the phone and take phone calls through it. But that was part of my Halloween costume. I went kind of all out on it.
3445.
So this one seemed to be the most realistic one too for a comm badge. So I just went for it. I had some fun at Halloween, even though I was called a geek by my wife. I've always wanted the Next Generation uniform just to have it. And if I ever go to like a Comic Con or something, I already have something. Hey, look, there's some traffic out there on the front left. That's that FSLTL. But I heard that update 12 is supposed to have better real-world flight in it. So I don't know about models though. That's why I probably still use FSLTL. It does knock the frames a little bit, but I did get my 3090 repaired and back, and it is working, as you can see on the stream tonight. So, believe it or not, I sent it out to a repair place from eBay, and it cost $180 to ship, fix, and ship it back. So I didn't think that was that bad. If it got a little bit older, like a year later, I'd probably say that's not worth it to buy a new one. But 3090 is holding true. So, and I pushed my graphics cards pretty hard because I mined Bitcoin too, which did have had a disastrous day today. But that's okay. I'm not playing trends. I'm going long hold on those. All of that. So we'll see what happens on all of that.
Aaron, 102, contact center, 135.2. 102.
Alright, just see who's streaming tonight. DJ Jazzy Jeff, you know, from Fresh Prince, or should I say Will Smith when he was a rapper, is on. Let's see, Mustafa is on. Slet Alpha Adventures on. I had to skip the Virtue USA Flying Club event to do this tonight because I knew it was going to take like a lot of hours of flying, but I am committed to the Star Trek cause. Fliggity's on, another streamer that I like to follow. Digi Driver, again, will be on later, doing some scenery design. I'll probably be watching that on my phone as we are streaming. Geek Girl Games, another Twitch streamer I like. I'm going to do a shout-out. I never give her a shout-out. Geek Girl Games, if you're into just a really fun person who plays sometimes some really weird games, check out Geek Girl Games. And is she playing Grand Theft Auto? Oh yeah, Grand Theft Auto 5. Well, and then Enemy Captain Gaming is also on birthday stream, so he's playing Pilot's Life, which I think is just his version of playing Microsoft Flight Simulator, Pilot Life. So, but anyways, we might check out some other streamers because this is a longer stream tonight. But yeah, as you can see, there's not much scenery to be had. We're going right through all these storms and everything. But when we get to Riverside, Iowa, or Iowa City, which is near Riverside, Iowa, probably the closest airport, then we are going to watch a video on the hometown of Captain Kirk, just to show you why we're flying out here. And like I said, we're above the clouds. Sometimes we'll see through them, sometimes we won't. But I'll give you another update on where we are with the VFR sectional, so you can see what is below us, even though we can't see it for real on the sim. Just get the tablet overlay here. So we're on our way to Syracuse. We're right near Oneida Lake. Or is it Oneida? I can't remember, but I'm going to say Oneida. And that is in the distance right here. So this frozen thing right there. And yeah, we're going to be going right near Syracuse International, New York, and heading towards Buffalo. So that is 32.8 nautical miles away. And we are going to head to Rochester and then Buffalo. Then we're crossing part of Canada here, believe it or not.
Good afternoon,
Over to Michigan, I believe. Yep, Michigan. To Flint. And then across Lake Michigan to the other side near Chicago. Going to Chicago. And then ultimately to Iowa. And that is a long distance flight. So we're going to be flying for a while tonight. Hopefully the gas lasts. Once we get maneuvering speed, look at that. We're right around there. So yesterday I was trying out an idea about my marathon stream, my annual fundraiser that we'll be doing probably in July. End of July, like I always do, except for last year where we had some family trauma go on and then I had to move it, but then we got it done and we raised over $1,200 for children with cancer. We're going to be doing the same exact fundraiser this year, just with a different event. But one of the ideas, I might as well just say it now. If you're watching, you get the benefit of hearing this. But I was thinking about doing the Trans-Canada Trail, which is right across Canada. Here's the problem. It's going to take 28 hours going the Sky Vector. About 28 hours, 28 and a half hours in a Cirrus SR22 to do that. So on my Discord, I have a question. I ask, what would people think if I did 2 separate days of the marathon? Like, we do half the route on one day, take a break, pick up the next morning at a predetermined time, and fly the second half. And that will still be a marathon, just over 2 days. So I'm looking for opinions on that, or if I should just do your, hey, this is going to be one day, make it a big, long thing, and do it that way. Because I have other ideas. So, again, a little bumpy up here, too. But again, we were right around maneuvering speed, so I'm feeling pretty good about this. 26.5 nautical miles from Syracuse. And again, our next checkpoint will be Rochester, VOR. Romeo, Oscar, Charlie. See what happens. Got a little bit of ice buildup on the wing. Nothing we can't handle. Ice protection zone. And we're getting socked in with clouds again. Alright, let's get an updated pressure setting at Syracuse. ATIS 124.225.
585 single Victor Welcome from maintain over 290.
Come on. Button sticks a little bit of radio pin sometimes. And we're not getting any radio yet, so when we pick it up, 23 nautical miles out, though, we should probably be getting it. Let me just see what's going on. Column 2, that's why I wasn't monitoring it.
Syracuse Airport information, Oscar 1600 Zulu. Wind 030 at 6.
Probably end of July. I think around July 30th, that's usually where it goes. But yeah, I think it'd be kind of cool. I don't know if people would be up for it if they're flying it, because I invite people to fly it with me. So, get this updated altitude, pressure. But end of July-ish, July 30th, 29th. Get that pressure here. Quiet for a second.
Syracuse Airport information, Oscar 1600 Zulu. Wind 031 at 6. Visibility 10. Sky conditions, ceiling 1,800 feet broken. Temperature 0. Dew point 10. Altimeter 29.74.
29.74.
ILS runway 10 in use. Landing and departing runway 10.
Alright, back to guard. I'll do it this time, Digi. I'll do it. I'll do it. I got it.
You're on guard with
So,
KIOW.
typically what happens is I contact some flight sim companies such as 4B6. They weren't able to donate last year. They never got back to me. But Drewicki Design always donates some sceneries that people can win as a result of their participation as a marathon. I also got, oh God, why is it coming to my mind right now? Give me a second. I can pull up the things from last year. I archive all my marathon fundraisers. So we flew the Trans-American Bicycle Trail because the thing I raised money for, I have to do some cycling for as a challenge, if you will. I was looking through all this stuff the other night too. So here's last year's. Let's take a look at it. Alright, so we had the Trans-American Bicycle Trail. I had to do it on August 20th because my brother sadly passed away in July, so I had to go down to Dallas and figure out everything else down there. So I had to postpone it to August, but usually we do it on July 30th. This explains everything. Here was the route that we flew. We flew from, Astoria. Is that what he did? It's right here. Yeah, Astoria, Oregon, all the way up to Virginia. Basically, we followed the trail. I had all the legs planned, and there's rules and everything, and I tell you where to take off from and stuff. But we had Just Flight, thank you, give us some products last year as well. So we were going to raffle them off, but usually only get a couple pilots that can really dedicate themselves to doing this. So I'm not going to say I definitely get everyone everything, but last year Just Flight and Drewicki gave them sceneries for their participation as long as they flew like a marathon. And then the tier subscriptions we ended up not using, but they're there. I don't mind giving subscriptions at all to my Twitch channel. But I've contacted Orbex in the past. They sponsored the first one, and this was last year's. Drewicki Design has always been with us. They've been very good about getting sceneries rewarded to people that do it. And then, yeah, so we try to make it fun. I might throw some merch in there this year as well. Whether from the Etsy store or the Eric Flight. Oops, sorry, I just muted my volume. But we're going to be trying to give some more gifts. It's really about just getting noticed to raise money, because the reason why that was all started was I was doing it for the second year, the Great Cycle Challenge. First year I didn't fundraise on Flight Sim at all. I just did the normal ask your friends, ask people, ask that you know, post it to Facebook. In the second year, we made over $500 for the first year, which was amazing. So the second year, I was like, oh, do the same thing. So I can get over 500. That's pretty good. But it wasn't happening. So I was like, well, I got to figure out something. And that's when I got the idea, do a Flight Sim marathon flight and see how it works out. You know, you can't lose. And we raised over $1,000. I have a video of me crying because I didn't think we'd ever get there, but we did. All right, let me get the next waypoint in, though, before I start blabbering off here. All right, going to go to Rochester. Romeo Oscar Charlie. And again, I have to do it this way because I was unable to get this thing to put in the flight plan manually. Probably could have done it from the manual, but from the menu. But what's the fun in that? I want like real life, you know. So we won't activate that till we get about 1 nautical mile out. So as I was saying, we started the marathon. I made over $1,000 the first year. I was like, that's it. We're doing this every year. I don't care if I raise enough or not. Austria. We're going to do it every year as a marathon fundraiser. And so we'll be doing our third one. But I want a different theme, which is why I'm thinking Canada might be the way to go. We have other ideas. There's also a Caribbean-inspired one. So we'll see what happens, and we'll plan it out. But I'm going to hopefully unveil that in April, during my April vacation, where I'll have time to type up the briefing and everything. So 7.0 nautical miles out from Syracuse. We'll be heading direct to Rochester VOR next on our flight plan. And like I said, I'm doing a lot of talking tonight, a lot of showing things off, because this is what we have to look forward to on tonight's flight. Just tons of clouds and IFR conditions. But we'll be up late. We'll be up here probably, I'm going to even say 3 a.m. in the morning. my time. But I am dedicated to the cause here. Get some of that Asian crowd in here. They're always fun. I haven't really flown this late at night for a long time, so. Because, you know, I have a family, but I'm going to sacrifice here tonight. I just have to come up with some graphics, whatever I do pick. And that's always a fun thing to make a poster for the event. I find that cool. So, and who knows, maybe we'll do some fundraising with that too. I'll put that on a t-shirt and say, you know, support the cause. Anything that people buy for that would go right to the donations. You know what I mean? So again, we might do a lot of marketing and this and that now, but that's just for the opportunities it provides. You know, whether it's fundraising, flying for real, flight funds, if you will. It's not about making a career out of this at all. I have a career. All right, we're coming up 2.2 nautical miles out from Syracuse. We'll take a look below once I start heading towards Rochester here. It is very peaceful up here above the clouds, I'll give you that. We see some contrails from FS LTL. And everything's good. Digi, when you go and stream, let me know when you're streaming, because I'll check it off. See, I'm going to be up all night anyway, so I'll check it out. Alright, next direct track. I think I pit northeast there. I did, thank the Lord. Okay, so we're over Syracuse right now, but again, you can't see much. Airport is down there somewhere. Is that the airport? Looks like a school, actually. Alright. So I don't quite know what that is. But, if we look to our right, there would be the Great Lakes out there. Just looking to see if we can see Syracuse International. Which I cannot see. Because it would be, let's see. It'd be over there. So that makes sense now. Oh no, it'd be over here. Sorry. It makes sense why I'm not seeing it, because it'd be over there. But, take a photo opportunity right now. Screen grab. And back in the plane. Alright, how are we doing on fuel? Right tank, we're going to go back to the left. We're on boost, go back to the left. And we're good. Alright. Rochester, New York, here we come. And hoping that the fuel will hold. It's supposed to be 1,000 something nautical mile range. I have to go 823 nautical miles. So this should be doable in a Cirrus. We might have to fly at economy settings, but it should be doable. We're going to test that now. Will Eric flight perish, or will he make it? Who knows? It's all good. Excuse me, oh, scratch my neck. Ow, it's itchy. It's not the shirt.
Normal speed up to 230 for 790 left John.
Seriously, exactly. You know what? Hey, dude. Can I use that on a t-shirt? You just popped that in my head. I'm gonna use that on a t-shirt. That's what I'm gonna design, a Cirrus design t-shirt saying seriously ? If that's okay with you. That was an instant artsy thing to throw out there, Digi. Good job. I think we should do that. Tell me if you think we should do that. I know that we're delayed right here, but do it. All right, I'll see what I can do. It's gotta be creative too. So now I got an art idea in my head already too. This is Alright, I have to write my idea down on a notepad before I forget. It's like being a musician, writing down lyrics when they come in your head. Alright. We'll see what happens. Again, I'm a family man. This isn't my career, so it might take me a while, but... Alright, I just wrote down my idea. Dude, that was amazing. I don't know if that would sell, but I'm willing to put a bunch of ideas out there and see what does sell. To try to raise money for my hobbies that are all about flying here. So. Nice. Was that just free from your mind there? Just like, whoa. Because that was good, man. That was good. That shows your creativeness, like in scenery design. Okay. I'm saving that. That was good. You did use it before? That's why I asked permission. I just want you to know. I didn't want to just say. And I'm going to give you credit for that. I'm going to put that in the description if I make that design. And say that was inspired by real world Twitch viewer. And then I'm going to put you a little bit of credits there so people can come check out your scenery. So how's that? Yeah. Alright, man. Well, just saying. Now I'm going to have to buy that scenery. So, again, check out Digi Drivers. Payware scenery. I'm gonna buy it eventually. I need a reason to fly to Virginia there, that airport. Well, we might do that on a stream even. How's that? Just to say that we did it and show off that scenery there, because it looks pretty good. See if to find where you put that. Wait a second. Yeah, where is it? Nope. No. I gotta search for your post. I'm gonna post a link to your scenery, which I think you put. Was it an off topic? Maybe that's why. No. Sending pics in the vid. Maybe that's what you did. Oh, there it is. Yeah, so check out Digi Drivers scenery of Whiskey 904, Camp Perry. It looks like very good scenery. And it's available for purchase on simmarket.com. You'll be supporting a very nice person that does a lot of viewing on this channel and just gave me a great idea for a t-shirt design and also probably mug design and anything else I want to put it on. So. By the way, when I do get some money, I try to buy samples of my products, which I'll start displaying on stream, like this nice eat, sleep, flight sim, repeat. However, I made the design a little different now, but we'll be showing those on stream as I get them. It'll be all good. All right, on our way to Syracuse. Not much to say, just more clouds and occasional ground clearance here. I'm surprised we didn't get any rain on this. Like, you saw rain, but it was just kind of misty and foggy. It wasn't really rain droplets on the windows here, but it's beautiful up here. Real world weather, not real world time. We left during the day for time. See, that to the right would be the Great Lakes there. That would be Lake Ontario. Ooh, excuse me. Hello. Pardon me. That's just dinner saying hi. All right, Lake Ontario to the north. And we are going to Rochester. And calls for more iced tea, I guess. I just saw that my green screen just went down behind me. That's not cool. I see it takes off my shoulder. All right. Some of those Etsy designs are supposed to come in pretty soon, so I'll be wearing those on stream to show you what they look like. And Digi, I'll get you one of those shirts. That's going to happen. I'll probably try to buy it either late tonight or tomorrow. And then you can tell me how it comes in. Let me know. 168 knot ground speed, not too shabby.
Number 111 Mike uniform contact center.
Flight time 5.5 hours, which again is stretching this. But range should be about 1,000, so it's not about time, it's about range. And we should just make 40 nautical miles out from Rochester. Now, does the weather get better up ahead? Nope, Buffalo's going to be socked in. It's actually, according to SkyVector, Buffalo is 1 square miles visibility, snow, mist, few at 800, scattered 14. So we'll be above the clouds, but it's really not good weather there at all. And then as we get out west, it might clear up around Port Huron, which is Michigan, I believe. Yep, we're going to overfly Canada, be right here.
3435.
It's minimum VFR. We'll still be above the clouds, so it's overcast 2,100. So, not looking at much here for scenery, but we are going to make it to Iowa, which also has overcast at 2,600. So we'll be doing an IFR as of now. Alright, I need to use the restroom. So I am going to let Otto fly the plane, and I will be right back.
American 1011 Center, you can set a maintain flight level 190.
190, flight level American 1011.
Lower momentarily, maintain 280 knots following company traffic 12 o'clock, 7 miles, heavy, going 767 out of flight level 2037. American 942 at Milby, reduced to the 280, contact first 124.85.
2485 will reduce
Alright, we are back. So make sure my mic's working again. This handy mute switch on this headset is nice. I got this, sadly, but also awesomely from my brother. And I've been rocking it. It's still series. I can't remember what it's called right now, but it's a really nice headset. I'm really enjoying it, so. Nothing but clouds as we go to Iowa. It's winds up here, but it's a tailwind of 8 knots, so we'll take it. 180 knot ground speed, whatever we can do to push us towards Iowa. I think this is the Microsoft Flight Simulator weather engine, though. The transitions are not smooth. They need to be better about that. But if you did want to see where we are VFR-wise, even though we're not VFR, we're just about south of Williamson, Sodus County Airport. I believe that's County Airport. Outside Rochester. Can't see anything. Can't even see the Great Lakes. And we're doing what we have to do here. And unfortunately, that's just the way the weather is tonight. But I took advantage of it and I said we're going to do some IFR flying and practicing while we go to the hometown of Captain Kirk, James DeBeers Kirk, who's with us tonight, by the way. Speechless. This A20 headset. We're going to have to get some other Star Trek VIPs on the next flight, I think, so we'll see what I can do on that. And we'll go from there. Maybe we should get Picard. See my smiles? I said Picard. I don't know. Maybe we should. But that would have to be a next generation thing. And we've done Captain Kirk probably for these past two, because again, the Ticonderoga from my hometown airport of Plymouth, that was for the Star Trek Original Series set tour. That's in Ticonderoga, New York, which I'd love to do in real life sometime. And now we're going to the hometown of Captain Kirk, which is Riverside, Iowa, which is near Iowa City. Iowa City, Iowa. That's why we're flying out there. So we had to be correct tonight. That's what I'm saying.
Get the 115 right to come and keep up 230. 230 now, 115.
Oh, we get some IFR practice. Alright. Let's see if we have some ATC available to us in the future here. Let me just that's my restream. Hi everyone, that's how I see your chats. Okay, that was the wrong thing to drag over. Here we go. So that's where we are. We're actually in Cleveland Center, so we should probably call them up, and that's on 128.625. I'm surprised they're not like contact me, because they're not on anymore. That's why. Oh, it didn't update. So we're still good. We might get Toronto Center for a little bit. 125.7. It just updated from lots of time. So here we are. And that's why we didn't get pinged. And we might get some Toronto Center action here, but we're going to go a little south actually, so we'll have to see, because I don't think we're going to hit Toronto Center. So Chicago Center's the next one that we're looking forward to if they stay on. And every time I see Detroit, I think of that pawn, that pawn store program. That's on there. That's like all, like people that go in there and say, "Yo, I want my money back," and he's like, "You have your seat?" "No, I just want my money back." I don't know why. Detroit just seems like a tough, rough place. I've never been there. I'm not saying the people are tough and rough. I'm just saying it seems like a tough, rough place. So, if you're from Detroit, be tough and rough, I guess. We're heading to Buffalo next, and then we're gonna get down here to the Detroit area, so that's why I'm saying that. Oh no, we might hit Toronto. Yeah, we might hit Toronto Center, so we'll get them ready on standby here. And that would be 125.775. So let's get them on COM 1. Ready to go, just in case we need them. Alright, coming up on Rochester, we're 19.8 nautical miles out. Let's get our next thing, next waypoint, excuse me, which I have to enter manually because this thing messed up earlier. So, Buffalo, Bravo uniform, Foxtrot. It's pretty calm up here too. It's nice to see. Bravo. Uniform.
You get the 115 center on the 19 about 330.
330 now, exit 115.
We'll activate that one about 1 nautical mile out. Not the best way of doing it. If you can program it all in and just push nav, that's the easiest way, but we'll do what we
54
do.
contact center 134.35.
3435 today.
And again, all these Star Trek flights we have planned from one destination to another, so we'll be hitting a lot of places. For example, our next stop after Riverside, Iowa, after this flight, our next flight will be going to Broken Bow, Oklahoma. We're going to 900 Foxtrot, Broken Bow Airport. And that is for the pilot episode of Star Trek Enterprise. And I actually like Star Trek Enterprise. I know people were like, oh, it's good, but it was kind of cool, I think. And I thought Scott Bakula was a very good Captain Archer. But it's going to be following the pilot episode of the Star Trek Enterprise television series, where it took its name from the southeast Oklahoma town best known for mountain parks and bass fishing. An example of future history, this is where an alien ship is destined to crash in 2151. And that gets us involved with the Klingon Empire for the first time. And they have they took that as their pilot episode. That was kind of cool. It took a little while to get into that. It started a little slow in that series, but it got good, especially with the, I can't remember what the alien race was. I think it was the Zindi, season 3 or 4. That was very good at that point. And then they kind of languished it out after that because they were going to cancel the series. I don't know. I would have given it another season or two. See if they can pick it up, but I'm not in control of Paramount and all that stuff, so it is what it is.
Route 2969, contact approach 13.77.
3377.
All right, we're heading to Buffalo after Rochester. We can't see much because we're socked in here, so again, not the most exciting thing. Probably why I'm talking so much tonight.
Can I get the 661 to flight for the heading?
We turn back with the present heading to the 661.
Toronto Center, we might get some ATC. We'll have to see as we get there. We're just flying over Canada and not landing in it at all. That's it. The weather tonight is just socked in, so that's why not real world time, but real world weather. That's why you're seeing all this. How are we doing, I guess? Doing pretty good. If you look up there and then up here, looks like we're burning the left a little bit more, so let's switch to right now. We're on boost, going to right. That might have been someone on that Simgina.com. I don't know if that was anyone.
Hotel, contact center 133.4.
33.4,
My model matching's all messed up still. So I don't know what's up with that, but see what happens.
197 traffic. 1 o'clock.
Alright, and as we get over Buffalo, we'll do an updated altimeter setting.
Alright, we're looking for 197.
We're waiting to get closer to Rochester before I switch to Buffalo, GPS wise. And the only thing, if I flew this manually, and I might do that a little bit when I get a little more tired up ahead, but you just have to keep it on the arrow. That's as easy as it gets.
290 or greater.
Seeing that we're going to be heading more to the south, we're going to get that tailwind a little bit more too. But we're already going 171 knots, so not too shabby for economy settings. I'll leave it at 64%. That's fine. Alright, we switch to the right, we're burning the right tank.
290 for space, 4 Delta Hotel.
We're going to be pretty low on gas when we get there though, but it's doable. But it's going to be pretty far-fetched. If I was doing this real world, I might have thought about putting a stop in the middle. I wanted a direct flight tonight. Thought it would be VFR, but it ended up being IFR tonight, so it is what it is. 4.5 nautical miles out from Rochester. No. Still can't see much of anything, just clouds. Whoa, that's a nice shot. If you do want to fly with us on myself flight simulator on the east server, making our way. There's a little punch in the cloud there. That's pretty cool. Here's what it is, 2.8 miles. So switch that pretty soon. Oh, you know what? I just noticed that the menu's not working now in Fly Live, so let me reload that. It's gonna have the screen do that thing for a second, sorry. And that way, up on the top of the screen, that yellow line should be moving, because see, we're gonna enter in our coordinates. That wasn't. So it's 4 Bravo, 6 for Ticonderoga, Iowa City. That's when we had the crash the desktop. I guess it turned it off. And now, with that, it will show you that we are approximately 25% done with our flight tonight. And we're also 0.9 nautical miles, so I'm going to go direct to Buffalo. Go to our next waypoint, this IFR flight plan, which I have to enter every single waypoint manually, because I did the crash desktop again when I was putting the flight plan in, so I didn't want to risk it again. Very good. See if we can see anything from Niagara Falls. I doubt it, but it's over there. It's right here, actually. Be a big distance away, but the scenery is loaded, and and that's why it takes so long to load the simulator. I only had the scenery loaded that I needed for tonight, but it's still a lot. So, let's see.
Not at 290 knots, which we
We're
select,
at, that's how I do this. I have to still make that video. We're at 996 pieces of scenery loaded in the simulator. So, you know. Alright, Digi. That's fine. Have a great stream again. One more shout out to Digi Driver. Thank you so much for all your work on the Plymouth scenery. I cannot wait until that is done. So, that's right. I'll be checking in on you too, seeing that we're doing a long flight tonight. But thank you for coming out. You have a great night also, sir. Alright, if you did join us, we are on our second Star Trek pilgrimage flight, going to the hometown of Captain Kirk, which is Riverside, Iowa, but the closest airport there is Iowa City. So, good fix-its. Welcome to the broadcast. I didn't even know you were here. Did you even... I am going all the way to Iowa tonight. Yeah, I just saw the... I'm just catching up on your message now. I was talking way too much. There you go. You gotta start giving me something.
Captain Chaos.
Because your sound obviously did not play. So... It's supposed to be when you join the broadcast. So if it's not going to do that, let's welcome you in style. Good fixings, everyone has joined the broadcast.
Perhaps a little more room here for the fixins. You know what I'm talking about? We're gonna have so many fixins up this motherfucker. You clean those fixins up right now.
Yeah, big boy. From now on, you gotta clean up your own fixes.
There you go, sir. I love your sound. I'm never going to get rid of that. Never going to get rid of that. I think that's amazing.
Perhaps a little more room here.
There you go. Well, now it works. We get the benefit of hearing twice. So many fixins.
You clean those fixins up right now.
Yeah, big boy. From now on, you gotta clean up your own fixes.
And by the way, sir, seeing that you're like one of the best moderators in the whole world, and for some reason you feel the need to subscribe to me every month, I did send you your very own Remove Before Flight t-shirt from my Etsy store. So that is on the way, and it already got shipped. I'm going to give you an approximate date of arrival. How's that? Not that it will get there at that time, but I'll give you approximate. So I got it tracked for you. It's in transit, and it's supposed to get there estimated Sunday, March 12th. So all I ask, man, is that you let me know how it goes. Maybe take a picture with it. Doesn't have to be up with your face or whatever, but it'd be kind of cool to see it. And that way we can post some stuff to Discord. But thank you for your very treasured benefits. So you probably will, because people aren't going to understand except for pilots, and that's the cool thing. It's kind of like you have to be in the brotherhood in order to understand it. But I have my own too on the way, so we're gonna be like brothers on that one. So it's gonna be awesome. All right, we're going to Buffalo. We actually see the Great Lake. Yes, it's Lake Ontario, everybody. And up ahead, we might run into Toronto Centre for some flight following / IFR required communications. So it's been nothing but clouds tonight. Oh, it did break up a little bit. Look at that. Excuse me. So Rochester was out there, and now we're going to Buffalo. You can tell it's Buffalo because it's clouds and it's socked in and it has snow going on down there somewhere. There you go. See some cars on the highway. It's nice to see that the civilization below these clouds. I'm sure the pilots would get a kick out of it. So let me know. Let me know if the pilots, 1, see you with it, and 2, what they think of the shirt. And 3, make sure you don't get kicked off the plane by TSA. So yeah, we have an Etsy store. It supports my flying goals. Well, that's in the description. I gotta read the description now. All right, I'm gonna read the description because I took time on these. I didn't just like say buy a Remove Before Flight shirt. So if we notice, here's the description. Simple and to the point while emulating the flight streamer used to attract attention to things to that matter. Wait, did I actually write that right? No, I probably have to do that over again. Simple to the point while emulating the flight streamer used to attract attention to things to you that matter. That's what I'm supposed to say. You will matter to everyone while wearing this, especially while flying, or as a passenger while flying. I don't think TSA or a flight marshal will remove you from a commercial flight, but I can't guarantee that either. We're at your own risk. I'm going to have to fix this description. While also sending a bold statement, and then I just kind of give you the idea of what it is. The t-shirt and the quality of it. So anyways, also has a tear away labels. If you don't like labels in your shirt, you can tear it off. But that's it. It's kind of in your face. You can get your own, by the way. Everything's 5% off at the Eric Flight Etsy store. Just go to Etsy, search for Eric Flight Aviation, or I can put a link up there, but it does occasionally get up there too. So let me give you a link to the store in case anyone wants to get their own. But we'll have more and more designs. But yeah, hopefully they don't do that to you. So feel free to look at any designs in the Etsy store. Anything you buy, I appreciate, because it just supports flying for real and flight sim stuff, such as being able to afford a $180 repair on my 3090, which now works perfectly. You know, stuff like that. So that's what it is. Other than that, I'm not looking for like a handout, because I'm gonna be like destitute if you don't. Just buy if you like it. Know that you're supporting a worthy cause. All right, on our way to Buffalo IFR, hoping the fuel survives. We're flowing about 14, so that's not much. That's like an extra 5 gallons. But I'm trying to push the speed a little bit too. We're on the right tank right now to equal out with the left. We have about 60 gallons, so we should be good. That should give us another 4 hours. We've already been flying now for about an hour and a half, so we should be able to make it. I might have to turn down the power percentage a little bit as we get there. We'll see what happens. The ground speed's been pretty good for being on economy power setting. 170 knots is not bad at all. But we are going all the way to Iowa City tonight in the Cirrus from Ticonderoga, New York. And if you did join the broadcast a little later, we went to Ticonderoga, New York on the first leg because the original Star Trek series set museum/tour is in Ticonderoga, New York. And we do have Captain Kirk with us today. So. Two to beam up. No, I'm kidding. Oh boy. Hot Toddy 6'9". I don't know what to make about that, but okay. Alright, we're gonna be on Buffalo in about 20 nautical miles, so about 10 nautical miles out. I'll enter our next waypoint because I have to do them all manually tonight. And our next waypoint will be the Durlow intersection. And that will be on Airway, I believe. So let me show you what's going on here. Coming to Buffalo, we're going to be on the Tango 608 Airway to the Durlow intersection, then continuing on the T608 Airway to the Axobu intersection, continuing on the T781 Airway. So actually 781 from Durlow. All the way to the Flint, Michigan VOR. And as far as what's below us, we're on our way to Buffalo. We just passed Batavia, New York. And nothing but clouds. We're socked in here, so not much to look at other than, well, it's kind of getting there. It's gonna be like that probably all the way to Iowa City here and there with clouds, so it is what it is. But maybe we could take a look at Buffalo. So I couldn't show you any of the add-on scenery for Rochester. And well, I'm glad I have to revise that whole description there now. That's cool. I have time tonight. I can do that. Wonder what happened on that, because I had these written down and I copied and pasted stuff. Alright. Let's see what my original description was. It should be the same one. Alright, let me see if that is
Wing 3800
what it
descend
is
sign
here.
to arrival. Altimeter 2995.
Alright. Thanks for your research. The flight, the stream.
Forward contact center 135.45.
Hey, that makes more sense.
Wing 3800 contact approach 124.8. Civil center descend via the side belt to
Yeah.
arrival. Altimeter 2995.
Alright, I'm fixing this whole description now because I feel embarrassed. Alright, I'm gonna update that.
Center climb via the phase 3 departure, accept maintain Bible 230.
Good. Alright, that is updated now, so I just fixed that. Very good. And DigiDriver, thanks to his support, is going to also get a t-shirt that I'm going to send to him. He decided that he wanted the KGRD shirt, which is our overlay for when we have tuned the guard, which we are right now, 121.5. So we are monitoring guard.
You're on guard with KGRD. Meow.
There you go. So that was inspired a t-shirt design. And good fixes. I don't know if you were here, but Digi just gave me another idea for another design for a t-shirt slash mug slash drinkware. So I don't know when I'm going to work on that one, but the idea is a free flowing. I just have to have time to get things done. Alright, Buffalo. We're at 6.9 nautical miles. I'll have to enter in the Durlow intersection for our next waypoint. And I'm going to have to do these manually because when I tried doing this all programmed in, it crashed the simulator earlier and I didn't want to take a chance. So I know this isn't the most realistic thing, but it works. That's what matters. And that's why we're doing these all manually. Kiss you on my toes, too. Yep. Tried programming it to be like real life, you know, because that's something I'd probably do. And then probably wouldn't crash the desktop or anything. Right, we got about 1 nautical mile out. We'll switch over to the Durlow Direct, and then we'll also look at Toronto Center. Let's see if we can see anything up here. Well, we got rainbows again. We've been seeing a lot of rainbows tonight. Niagara Falls would be out there somewhere, so we're not going to see that right now. But the icing seemed to have gone away. I had a little slight icing on the plane before. And we're just chilling on top of the clouds here. That's all we're doing. So. Alright, let's get updated pressure setting at Buffalo. 135.35.
Buffalo Airport information, Alpha 1700 Zulu. Wind 011 at 7. Visibility 2. Sky condition, few clouds at 4,700 feet. Temperature -3. 2.10. Altimeter 29.84. ILS runway 5 in use. Landing and departing runway 5. All aircraft read back.
Alright, we're good. altimeter setting. Let's check out Volanta, see where we are in Toronto Center. I don't think we're there yet. In fact, we're a little south of it. So I think we're gonna head a little bit north though. So we have them on standby on COM 125.77, and that way we're good to go with them. Get some flight falling, but it looks like Chicago Center went down now, so I'm probably not going to get much of anything. So we're going to Iowa City, which is right here. Again, hometown of Captain Kirk. Here's where we are, right outside Buffalo. But maybe we'll get a little Toronto Center. Who knows? This is usually what happens when I have to fly late at night because I have family and kids. But it is what it is. 1 nautical mile out. Wait a minute. Oh, I already passed it. Okay, I was like, why is it going up? Here we go. Going to Durlow. Don't crash the desktop. There you go. Good. Good idea. All right. And if I don't contact them in time, they should give me a ping and say, come over to my channel on Toronto Center. So we'll see what happens. IFR, they'd probably have to give you a new squawk code too at this time. So let me close that now. For those of you not here early in the broadcast, we will be having an Eric Flight merch store as well, which will be Etsy. The prices will be cheaper, and it'll be directly supporting me because it'll be Eric Flight inspired designs. So you have 2 places to get merch. You have the Etsy store, which is going to be flight and flight sim related gear, not Eric Flight inspired. And then you'll have the Fourth Wall store as of now, not released, but it'll have Eric Flight inspired merch. It'll be kind of cool. So, and they're really good designs. They're not crappy. It's not like I just put like my head on a mug and say buy it. I'm working really hard on that to make it hopefully something you would like and like to support the Eric Flight channel with. So. But enough about that. Let's enjoy the flying tonight. Alright, can't see Niagara Falls. That would be that way. But we are getting to Iowa City, so if you see the gold bar at the top, it tells you we're about 33% done on this flight. Who's that flying? That's me. And that is one of the Eric Flight merch designs. I thought that was cool when I figured out how I could do that. I was like, man, that's awesome. So I might switch up that with different Eric Flight t-shirt designs. Maybe I'll make a design from the Etsy store here and there. The thing is that you have to be able to see it through the jacket. The jacket's non-removable. The 3D model. But I thought that was cool.
3292, meter 3280.
Alright, about to cross to the Canadian border here. How are we doing on fuel? I'm going to switch back to the left tank. Yep. We're on boost, going to the left. There we go. Has to be on boost before you switch tanks on the Cirrus. Yep, we're looking pretty good. We're still good. We're going to have about, let's see, 25, about 50 gallons once I switch tanks again. Somewhere around 50 gallons. So that would give us 4 hours, 3 hours or something of fuel. So we're looking decent, but I might slow it down to 55% to save some if we have to. It's kind of a balance between ground speed and fuel consumption. Alright, we're about to go to Toronto Center. Again, the way I have to do this, I have to look at Volanta, which gives me the borders here. You see that right? Oh, wrong thing. I dragged the wrong thing over again. Kind of gives you the border here. So let's get some Toronto Center going on. And we are about 10 nautical miles out from Buffalo. Here we go. Turning off the ATC chatter. Keep that on standby. Going over to Toronto Center. Toronto Center, November 489er Echo Foxtrot.
November 489 Echo Foxtrot, Toronto.
Cirrus Echo Foxtrot, we're about 10 nautical miles west of Buffalo. We're on an IFR plan, requesting flight following and obviously IFR advisement. Because usually you just be IFR.
9 Echo Foxtrot, squawk 0530.
0530, 9 Echo Foxtrot. So it's kind of awkward when you have to call in. There you go. It's pretty much flight following almost, and he has my plan. So I should have probably said IFR at 8,000, but it's cool. He'll ask me if he needs to know it. I was really hoping to see Niagara Falls if possible, which is that way. But we did cross into the Canadian border here. According to Toronto, we're right outside. Toronto.
9 Echo Foxtrot identified at 8,000. St. Catharines, altimeter is 2988. Maintain 8,000.
Maintain 8,000, 9 Echo Foxtrot. 288. Come on. Hey, come on, let's go. 88. Alright, there we go. Alright, so we are in there. We're still not out of the storm. A huge storm. There's nothing but snow. We're supposed to get snow up here where I live, which is right to the east of Providence there. I'm in Massachusetts, but I'm about 45 minutes or so southwest of Boston, so more south than west though. But there we are. We left 4B6 and we've been following our IFR the whole way, so it's all good. All right, 89 nautical miles away from Durlow. And if I had any type of problem with the GPS, I'd just go direct to the London VOR right now. Yankee X-ray uniform. Welcome to Canada. Oh, Canada, where the clouds have dissipated slightly. To our left, over there, you will see Lake Erie. To our right, you will see Lake Ontario. Maybe. It's the clouds. That one looks like an atomic bomb right there. Look at that. That's crazy. That's it. Canada, everyone. We're not going to stop in it. We're just going to overfly it. So I'm trying to think in the real world if I'd be charged for the ATC usage here. I probably would. They'd send a bill for the Canadian ATC. And unlike America, where our tax dollars pay for ATC services, Canada, you have to pay for it, and they send you a bill to your registration, wherever your plane is registered to. And I don't know. People complain about that. American pilots complain about that sometimes. Like, why do I have to pay for it? But you have to understand, like in Canada, it's like you pay. I don't know how to explain this, but I guess the government pays for some things. I could be wrong on this, but that the other pilots supplement the services, like ATC. Stuff like that. So all right, how we doing? We're doing okay. And Captain Kirk, or as he is known in the acting world, William Shatner, is a Canadian, by the way. So welcome to the country of your birth, William Shatner. Seems to be some type of factory or school down there. And this would be Welland, Ontario, right here. And then actually this would be Port Colborne, Ontario on the coast, but we're flying over Welland, Ontario. And yeah, it's very snowy up here. Still looks like an atomic bomb back there. That's pretty cool. I'm taking a picture of that. There we go. The other thing is, I put the heat on in the plane? Probably not. We should probably be cranking that. It's only, what, -5 out? Yeah. So We'll just crank that heat there. Very much like a car in the heat. Can't go wrong with that one. I really wish that the Flight Simulator would make these things work for the trim, so you know where the trim is. It'd be nice, you know. But that's one of the things that does not work. I have a mod on this too, like a performance mod. But you think they'd make the trim work if they could, you know? It's the trim indicator. Which at first I was totally confused when I first started flying this year. I was like, where's the trim indicator? But it's right on the controller there. And 176 knot ground speed, not too bad. Still got a long time to go here on our flight, so I will be taking a break in about probably another hour or so, just to get up and walk around. But longer flight here on the Eric Flight Channel. Appreciate you sticking around as we fly this. So we are over Canada between the Great Lakes of Lake Erie and Lake Ontario. Right now, are we gonna have to do Minneapolis Center? I don't think so. But we're coming in north of Detroit, so nah, we shouldn't. We should be out of Toronto Center and then switched over. So this might be the only ATC we get tonight. But that's alright. Make it happen. Just the comm badge. There you go. And I slunched down in my chair, and then you can't see half of it, which isn't cool. But that's alright. We'll figure it out. Again, we'll have to get some more VIPs. Star Trek related VIPs here in the cockpit. But we'll figure it out. Alright, what I'm going to do, seeing that we're on this long flight, and let's face it, it's not the most exciting because these clouds are in the way of like almost everything. But I'm going to check in with Digi on my phone. He's going to be silently streaming, making the Kilo Papa Yankee Mike scenery. Which he's doing because it's my hometown airport. He got the idea from me, which is kind of cool. He's not on there yet. I don't. Oh no, he is. Yep. And right now he's putting down fence. However, I have an ad, so we might check in here and there on the broadcast to see what he's designing for Plymouth Municipal Airport, which is my real hometown airport. I do appreciate all his efforts on that. It's awesome when someone's like, hey, I'm going to design an airport. And you're like, can you do Plymouth? And he's like, I will do it. That's exactly what I will do. And he's been working on it for months. It's going to be an awesome airport. I think he's doing, it's not just put the runway down, and he's got attention to detail going on. He's got my flight school involved with it. He's doing from what he said earlier in my broadcast, he's doing the Massachusetts State Police barracks with the helicopter hangar and stuff like that tonight, along with fencing around the airport. So, but yeah, it's looking good. He's even making fencing that, like, you know, I don't know if you can see this. I'm going to try holding it up there. He's making fencing so that when you go into a road, it looks like an actual fencing of it. So, that is cool. That is cool. So yeah, we'll keep in track with what he's doing here and there on that. And go from there. But where we are, we're over Canada, and we're about over Dunnville, Ontario, which is that way, right below us. I guess the scenery's still kind of loading here. Yep. What's going on? Don't be doing that stuff. Okay. And we are on to the Dunlow intersection. The Durlow, sorry, intersection. On our flight plan to Iowa City. It is late here tonight, so I'm sorry if I yawn. I did try to take a nap before doing this flight tonight. I'm just monitoring my fuel. as we are getting to Iowa City. Toronto would be right north of us across this Lake Ontario. So we are lots of rainbows tonight on the forecast. Gonna be burning more than just a midnight oil tonight. We slept a while ago. By about 3 hours. Let's see. Estimated time of arrival. I'll look at my streaming computer. 2046 Zulu. So minus 5. 346 was the local time. ATC 1742. So yeah, about 3 more hours of flying to Iowa City. So we'll see what happens. FS Expo. I can't remember if I'm supposed to release it or not yet, but they have a special announcement coming out more about FS Expo, by the way. So feel free to join with the code EricFlight. Register with the code EricFlight if you're going to go, because that will help me out if I am going to be able to go. It's not looking like I'm going to be able to go. Like, so I'm going to save my money for other things, but we'll see what's happening. Let me see if I'm allowed to release this yet. Signal on or after 21:30 on March 11th. Let's see, minus 5. Actually, I am. All right, well, here we go. You ready? So, Flight Sim Expo wanted me to announce on the broadcast. Let me just make sure I got this time right. Minus 5. It's March 11th. Oh, no, I'm not allowed to. I'm not allowed to. Sorry, I hyped it up for nothing. But we'll announce it on our next stream. There's going to be a live announcement about some special things with FS Expo and what's going on. See, I almost let the cat out of the bag there. That could have been terrible. And it's pretty exciting stuff. So if you want to go to FS Expo, I would love to go to FS Expo. It's just I'm going to have to save my money for other things. It looks like as of now. I still got 19 more days to make a decision here. But we're going to have to figure things out if we're going to go. I don't know. I'm kind of teetering. I'm like, I want to go, but I want to save the money for other things. I want to try to do Disney with the family this summer. We'll have to see. But tomorrow, I'll be able to release that. 21:30 Zulu on March 11th is when we can do it. So, all right, good fixins. Good luck with that. And, yeah, you should get some sleep. He's leaving us with the Flying Monkey, everybody. Very nice choice, as always. There you go. So, good night. Thank you for coming out, my friend. And let me know when you get that shirt. Not like a rush, get a picture, let me know right away, but let me know when you get the shirt how you like it. And take some pictures, would you? Have a great night. All right. Yeah, no problem. Thank you for being a loyal person, my friend. It's the least I could do. I mean, you subscribe like every month. You don't have to, but you do. So I gotta give something in return for that. So. All right, we're about 19 minutes or so away from the Durlow intersection, and our next checkpoint, our next waypoint, excuse me, is the Axobu waypoint to stay on the route here. Digi's working on fencing still. He's doing an awesome job, though. He's placing that stuff down, like, critically. It's not just, let me just slap some fencing down. He's doing it very, very, and I know how hard that is, because I used to do that when I didn't have kids and I had time. Man, he's doing a nice job on that. Nothing but clouds over Canada. Alright. Let me see what the weather's supposed to be like on the Weather Channel for where I'm living, because I think we're supposed to get snow. We have some type of warning, small craft advisory. Wintry mix likely to continue for the next several hours. Yeah, we're right on. We're like rain right now, but it's supposed to go over to snow around 2 a.m. So right now it's raining out, which I haven't verified because it's dark out there and I can't see rain. But it's 38 degrees here around the Boston area, southwest Boston. And we're supposed to start getting some snow with rain at 2 a.m. in the morning. So I'm going to take a look at it before I go to bed after this flight tonight. And then literally it's supposed to be rain and snow until about 10 a.m. And then it's supposed to be a rain shower. So I probably will not have to do any shoveling of snow, which is nice. And I haven't had to all season long, which is really weird for living up here. Because usually we get snow. And I have to get out there and do like some shoveling. But I don't know if it's climate change. I don't know what's going on. But it's been a mild winter up here. We've had a little bit of snow. We had one snow 2-hour delay for when it really snowed one day, and then that was it. That was about all we had this year. Usually it's like, you know, you get like 2 snow days, a couple of hour delays here and there, but it's what it is. There's another rainbow. MSFS gratuitously with the rainbows tonight. Nothing really to say. We're not even hearing any Toronto Centre or anything here. So are they still on? No, they're still on. Just not hearing a lot of traffic. So I'm kind of shocked because look, it's that's what's showing up on the ADSB there. And I don't know if that's just MSFS East server traffic or if that's actually like, you know, something to do with that. But yeah, we're right in the soup now. Look at this. It's coming at us. But we're gonna make it to Riverside, Iowa via Iowa City, Iowa, and make this flight a success. Got some good music going on. Excuse my reach, Kirk, while I get my iced tea. Wow. Yeah, this is IFR.
Toronto Center, Jazz 8910 at flight level 330 with you.
Jazz 8910, Toronto Center, good evening. Identify flight level 330. Charlie's current. When you're ready, descend flight level 240.
I have to change this.
We'll transition
fuel
to
tank
flight
pretty
level
soon.
240, Jazz 8910, thank you.
And, change to the right now, so we're on boost. Change to the right. There we go. And we are 38.5 miles out or so from the Durlow intersection. No, we're getting there. I'm wondering if this shows the weather. I don't think it does. map is traffic. And range. Oh, there it is. It does work on it. Okay. That's kind of like an ADS-B thing, though. There's the map in there. That's navigation. Actually, it's navigation too. Never really liked the inside. But see, it doesn't have the weather because it'd be right here. See, weather legend, TFC map. Lightning, X-Rad would be what you're looking at. None of that here yet. And this is the G1000. I think from the plugin that you can download on Microsoft Flight Simulator Store. It's your ADF, CDI, OBS. Okay. And then you have your DME if you want. Okay. Bearing 1. GPS, and I'll just keep it there. Instead of just up here. So either way you have it. It tells you when directed or low. Just checking things out more here. It's SVT. Oh, that's the screen. Synthetic vision, if you will. That's the way I like my wind. So we're getting a tailwind, which is nice. 148. And 11 knots. And that's what's pushing us here, which is nice. So.
Jazz 8910, descend 7,000, altimeter is 2990, runway 06 left.
Descending to 7,000 to altimeter 2990 for 06 left. Jazz
Now when I do my instrument stuff, I'm going to have to do everything manually. We don't have autopilot in the 172 I fly. And that makes it a lot more difficult. But the thing I get from the simulators, I understand what's going on here. I have it all programmed in GPS, doing the wave routes, and this would be all automated if I hit nav. But if I didn't, we still have the flight plan in here, and I just keep that arrow straight manually the whole time. Keep my altitude. That's all it is. Just the autopilot's doing that all for me right now. So even planning out the route, like that's one of the things I'm supposed to do next in my instrument lessons when we start them up again. So I'm going to show them what I did on the simulator to practice and say, how's this? And then we're going to go from there, I guess. It's better than not having anything at all and just saying, oh, well, you know, how do we do flight planning? I think it's better for me learning if I show him what I've tried and then he kind of corrects what I did. Because I do get some of this stuff already. It's just a matter of what do you do in the real world for practice, like real world practice on this stuff, you know? Obviously, that's what the instrument thing's about, so. More clouds. Nothing but clouds. Gonna be starting up baseball pretty soon here. My kids. I don't know when the first thing is, to be honest with you. But I did see on my calendar, at least the family calendar, that there's nothing booked for today. And I would have entertained doing a rolled flight. But then I was like, nah. Oh, we have daylight savings time coming up too. It starts tomorrow at 2 a.m. So welcome to the last almost day of being set back an hour here in the Northeast. Yeah, nothing. I can delete this. Looking at my schedule. I'm supposed to have a lesson if my instructor has his medical by then, because the FAA just has to prove it, on March 18th. And if not, the next time I'm flying for myself, the next thing I have booked is on Sunday, March 26th, which is right before I am not current to take passengers. So I'm going to definitely try to do that, at least for 3 landings, to be current for passengers. And then we have more flights booked all over the place after that. So we'll see what we can do. Again, that might mean not going to FS Expo so I can fly more for real, but that's the way it is. I'd rather fly for real than go to FS Expo. That's a no-brainer. It's not that I'm gonna miss FS Expo, but again, the way it could help you support my stream. Maybe buy some nice shirts at Etsy, on my Etsy store, and just know that I appreciate you just for tuning in. There's no purchase required at all, because we will have more things that I look forward to, such as my 3rd annual fundraising marathon event, which will happen in July. I'll be posting stuff about that on my Discord. I already slowly started doing some posting there, but I haven't planned it fully out yet. I've got ideas. That's where we're at in April, 3rd week of April, so I'm gonna unveil, hopefully, what we're doing for our 3rd annual fundraising event for children with cancer in July. Marathon stream, as always. So, alright, 19.3 nautical miles. We'll get this ready to go. So our next waypoint again is the, I can never say this, AXOBU intersection. That's just to keep us in the airway. So here we go. We won't activate it, we'll just load it in here. The reason why I'm doing these all manually is because when I tried programming it in, it crashed the desktop, so I didn't feel like doing it all over again. That's good to go. That'll get us kind of getting out of Canada, but nothing but clouds here. You can see the ground somewhat, and we are over. Let's give you an idea of where we are. Give me a second. Give you an idea. Oh, one thing. Give you an idea of where we are. Here's the VFR section coming up. This is not VFR. We're right south of Woodstock, Ontario.
Cirrus 9 Echo Foxtrot, London altimeter 2992.
Roger, 9 Echo Foxtrot, 902. Stop it. Come on. There you go. You're right. And we'll be going to Exobu direct. Right outside London, Ontario almost, so not sure if we can see it, but it is that way. Alright, and we are number 1, making it so tonight. Right tank, right? Yeah, we're gonna go back to left now. So we're on boost, switching to the left, and we're good to go still. We still have about 54 gallons. So if we do the math, we have about almost 4 hours of gas left, and we should be there in 2 hours and 45 minutes. So not bad at all. We're gonna make it. Thank you to KIOW Music, by the way, for following me on a couple days ago. I tuned into their stream and they followed me, so thank you. Let's give them a shout out. KIOW Music, she does a wonderful thing with planes, and she's a musician like me, so just a little shout out there. She does mostly like jet flights and stuff. probably do the shout out there. If it did go out, did it go out yet? I don't know if it did. Did I spell it right? QF. Oh, I didn't spell it right. Hello. Here you go. Let me try that again. It's with a Q for music. Stylish. Oh, and I didn't put shout out this time. Why? Because it's after midnight here. Alright, third time's a charm. Here we go. There you go. There you go. So thank you to QF Music for following me on Twitch. 6 nautical miles out. And as we get there, we'll plan our approach, if you will, to the airport. So. And Digi's doing a heck of a job on Plymouth there. Again, sorry that's not totally exciting with the scenery tonight, but the goal is to make it to Iowa on our second flight of this Star Trek thing. Again, I'm going to read off what I have for a blurb here. We're going to Riverside, Iowa, via Iowa City, Iowa. And you've got to hand it to the folks of Riverside. Although Star Trek creator Gene Roddenberry said that leading character Captain James T. Kirk was from Iowa, he never named a city. In 1985, the Riverside City Council claimed the honor, passing a resolution declaring it to be the cocky commander's hometown. Star Trek writers eventually confirmed it, placing scenes in a Riverside of the future, probably in the newer version of it, if you will. That'd be the newer Star Trek movies. Now the city has a historic marker and museum to Star Trek and hosts an annual festival called Trek Fest. So that's why we're going out to Iowa today. And our third flight, again, will be to Broken Bow. Is it Montana? Broken Bow, Oklahoma, excuse me. And we'll be doing that flight as our third flight in the series. Not tonight, obviously, because this is a long flight to Iowa. But we'll be doing our way there. All right, we're about 0.8 nautical miles, so we're going to activate it now. There we go. And we're on our way. Right, and that gold bar at the top of the screen will tell you where we are. We're almost halfway through our flight. And we're doing pretty good on gas. I think 64, 65. I'm going to punch it to 65. Burger, sure. To 65 because...
I feel the need for speed.
Woo! You know it, but we're also going economy tonight, so we have no fuel for everything. It is a little bumpy too, so if we get a little closer maneuvering, we're good. But we got quite the tailwind pushing us. It's not as much of a tailwind now. It's from our left. It's still pushing us a little bit. We're 175 knot ground speed, making sure we have enough fuel for everything. We're gonna make it. So. This is where we get back to the United States over here. So that Exobu intersection is like the last point in Canada, and then we're back in Detroit, area, Michigan area, excuse me, United States. So we're going to go direct to Flint, Michigan. So we're going to be right near Sarnia, Ontario, which will be the last place in Canada, right over here. Then we're going right over to the Michigan border. Practicing IFR. That's a nice flight. Gribbles weather, out all the time.
Jazz 8910, direct fail, intercept the localizer, descend to 5,000.
Direct to fail, intercepting the localizer and descending to 5,000, Jazz 8910.
Toronto Center, VIX 10. Now crossing flight level 180 with you.
VIX 10, Toronto Center, good morning, squawk 0501.
Squawk 0501,
610 identified, descend 1000 altimeter 2990, runway 06 left.
Descend to 1000, become 0, runway 0.
All right. Just gonna take a little break from talking because we're gonna be doing a lot more talking as well. So, excuse me if I'm not very animated on the talking right now. Liking the jazz though.
Jazz 8910, descend to 4000.
And not just
Descending
the flight
4000,
that
Jazz
we're in
8910.
Canada with. A little bumpy here, huh? We're getting some turbulence. Let's see what it's saying up here. Yeah, moderate turbulence near Michigan. Moderate icing over here. Oh, wait, no. Yeah, IFR conditions. So if we look at Sky Vector, this is what it's saying. We're right out of London here. We're about here in our route. Just saying moderate icing, and then there's moderate turbulence coming up here. So, and then just icing in Iowa. So, it's gonna be a little bumpy for the little couple extra miles here.
Jazz 8910, descend to 3000, cleared ILS, runway 06 left.
Descending 3000, cleared ILS, runway 6 left, Jazz 8910.
610, descend to 6000, proceed direct Darputis.
Victor 0, descend to 6000, proceed direct. Can you say again?
610, direct Darpu, Delta Alpha, Romeo Papa uniform.
Delta Alpha Romeo Papa uniform 6000 per uniform.
It's 1 a.m. here on the East Coast, real world time. So we're gonna be up late, but yeah, things weren't working at the beginning. OBS wasn't loading right. Had to restart the laptop, and then the crash of desktop. When I was trying to enter the flight plan in the G1000, that kind of just put me back about a good half hour or so. But we're gonna get to Iowa. We're gonna do it tonight. We are getting there. We're almost halfway there. So. Gonna need coffee in the morning. That's all I know. Again, checking with Digi Driver here, who's creating the scenery for my rural airport. He's laying down fencing. I don't know if you can see that, but those fencing, he's following right along the road, right where it is on the GPS satellite imagery. He's doing a fantastic job. Pretty cool.
610 vectors to final, turn left
Very
heading
tedious.
270 to send up
So if he
4000.
releases that scenery, whether it be freeware or payware, he's doing a lot of work on that. So I'm going to owe him a lot of credit on that one. Got some wind turbines down there. We're just north of Strathroy, Ontario, which is this right here.
Jazz 8910 170 knots or better till Vepna.
Say again for Jazz 8910, was that airspeed until Vepna? Is that right?
Jazz 8910 correct, 170 knots or better till Vepna.
Okay, setting to 170 knots until Vepna, Jazz 8910.
Roger.
Little bumpy.
Six 10, turn right heading 330.
for Victor.
Six 10, turn right heading 030, descend to 3000, cleared ILS, runway 06 left.
030, descend to 3000, clear ILS, running 06 left, 4B.
Roger.
Right. Keeping an eye on things here, but nothing to report. Just clouds, a little bit of Ontario below us.
Toronto Center, Jazz 8910 on final approach for runway 6 left.
Jazz 8910, tower 128.8.
Switching to 128.8, thank you for service, have a great night. Jazz 8910.
610, start to reduce speed 170 knots, hold that till Vepna.
170 knots to Vietnam for Victor.
At X10, you can actually make that 170 or less until Vepna.
Say again for Victor.
170 or less until Vepna. You're currently 4.5 behind a 737.
We will make 150.
Roger.
How we doing on fuel? Left tank's lower, so I'm going to switch to the right tank right now. We're on boost and switching to angle.
Six 10, thanks for your help. Tower now 128.8.
29 nautical miles out. Get the next waypoint in, which is the Flint VOR. Foxtrot November Tango. We won't activate it yet. We'll activate it. It's about 1 nautical mile out. And
610, switch to tower 128.8.
And Toronto Center should pass me off just to Unicom, because I don't believe anyone else is on. Nope, no one else is on for Michigan or even Iowa where we're going. So this might be the last shreds of ATC we have tonight. Unless someone kicks on them really fast.
Six 1-0, contact tower 128.8.
28.8 for
Nine Echo Foxtrot, starting altimeter 2998.
Roger, 9 Echo Foxtrot. Not that I have to check in, but, you know, I like to do that so they know I'm still alive here. Clear sky, huh? Look at that. Above these clouds, boom, clear. It's blue. Okay, 180 knot ground speed, not bad, or around there, you know. Oh, I gotta stretch. Alright, once I get out of air traffic control here, because it doesn't look like we're gonna have trouble with that, I'm probably gonna take a little walk, take a little break here. I'm gonna fly for about 2 hours or so, 2.5 hours. We're almost halfway there, as you can see by the gold bar at the top, and might be a good time to take a little stretch. So, is that a vision check? Yeah. Okay, he's a vision check there. Okay, so we're just cloud surfing. We're like sailing on top of the clouds here. Again, we'll do a shout out to Otto, which I haven't even recognized him tonight. Thank you for the autopilot services from Otto.
There it is.
I'll go back to the passengers.
So thank you to Otto. So much. Excuse me.
9 Echo Foxtrot, Cleveland Center's offline surveillance service terminate, switch to the en route frequencies. Have a good flight.
Roger, thanks. Then Echo Foxtrot, have a great night.
Thanks, you too.
Alright, going over to Unicom, 122.8. And we'll keep the transponder where it is for now. Alright, so we are on our own once again. So I will wait until we switch to Flint, which I don't think it's going to be that far away, to be honest with you. But I want to take a little stretch of the legs there. I'm going to have Otto really take over for a while. And then I will be back. Once I get there, I'll let you know. Obviously, you'll know because you see Otto pop up in my seat. All through the soup tonight. Oh man. Guess this is all we're gonna see today.
There she was, top class broad. Me, a lowly pilot with no direction to follow. It was a bleak, dreary day.
Rain on my parade. Oh god, I gotta keep it entertaining you. So there you go, just a little bit of rain. Alright, 3 nautical miles out, and then we're gonna cross back into the United States and Michigan. College state of the GOAT of the NFL quarterbacks, Tom Brady. Activated right about now. Here we go.
Yeah, I saw that earlier. I'm going to do runway 5 only because if it's snowing, you want to keep
don't know where that guy's
extra
coming
room
from,
for the
but
braking distance.
I'm gonna roll and make sure I'm out of this air traffic
All right.
control area. There's someone that's supposed to be right to the northeast, but it's a southwest air flight. Let's see if we can turn off the flight simulator traffic and see him. Like he's literally right over here. So, uh-oh. That's the weather engine not transitioning smoothly. Looking for the traffic. I don't see him. I'm seeing him on Volanta though. It's almost like this is an ADS-B. See, here we are. And here's the Southwest flight. So, what's he at? What's he at? What's he at? They didn't show me all the current statistics. He's at 30,000 feet, yeah, so. But our route tonight has led from 4B6 through northern New York, through Ontario. Now we're going to go into Michigan. So we are in the United States, everybody. Welcome back to the United States. Not that we can see much, but we are in the United States. Alright, I want to go take a quick break here. Stretch my legs. So I'm going to let Otto fly the plane. And I'll be back in about, I don't know, 3 to maximum 5 minutes probably. I will see you soon. Thank you to Otto for holding down the fort. Just gotta double check, make sure my phone's on, which it is. Alright, welcome back everyone. Just that little stretch there. And we are over Michigan, heading direct to Flint. What's going on with my laptop? That was weird. Had some flashing going on there. Don't know about that. Alright, I'm gonna move around so the green screen gets hidden. There you go. We'll see what happens. So alright. Sorry if you were watching while I was taking a little break there, but it's a longer flight time. It's like 5 hours. Alright. Let's make sure I get flagged on VATSIM for that, which I doubt I did. Nope, we're good. Minneapolis Center is the only one that's on, so we're gonna be probably just on our own for the rest of this flight. But we're over Michigan. We're going to Flint, Michigan. And then we're gonna head to where is that? Right near Grand Rapids, Michigan. And then literally head a little bit south while still going west to go towards Chicago. That's going to be one hell of a scenery area right there, by the way. So I'm hoping that the clouds will dissipate like this a little bit. But I'm not going to guarantee that because it's like IFR the whole way on this flight here. So we're about halfway to our destination, which is Iowa City, Iowa. It was going to be a long flight. I had some difficulties with the streaming stuff earlier tonight, but now we're doing decent, so we're gonna keep it going here and see what we can do. Burning more than the midnight oil. It's 1:30 in the morning where I am right now. So I'm sacrificing to make this flight, and we're gonna do it. Excuse me. I saw the red lights on still, so just making sure these are off. Okay, here we go. Simulator time is 1:32 in the afternoon, I believe. That's what this is saying. We should arrive there in about 2 hours and 20 minutes the way we're going. But we'll see. Maybe more like 2.5 hours. It's all about the IFR route right now. But I tried making it as direct as I could with an IFR flight plan. It looks like there's no snow over here in Michigan. Wow, that's kind of interesting. I opened up a little bit. You see some green down there. Flight here on the Airflight channel. Usually do about 2.5 hours, maybe an hour and a half, but we don't do a lot of these 5.5 hour flights, but we're gonna do it tonight. Frame rate's holding pretty well at about 30 frames per second. That's not bad considering I have 900 something things of add-on sceneries installed right now for this flight tonight. Fuel situation. We're on the right. Probably want to burn the left, so let's go to the left. Boost is on. Going to the left. And we're about halfway through our tank. So we're going to make it. We're going to make it. The fuel's going to get a little tight as we get there, though. So we'll have to see. IFR rules. I ain't even thinking about that, but I'd barely be legal to take this flight, IFR. I can't remember what the fuel reserves are, but you know what? Let's check that up now. Fuel requirements. Alright. Fuel requirements for IFR flights. Okay. Complete flight to the first airport of intended landing. Fly from that airport to the alternate airport, which I didn't do. Fly after that for 45 minutes at normal cruising speed for helicopters. We'll fly that for after 30 minutes at normal cruising speed. Yeah, so we'd barely be legal tonight. Oh, I don't know. I went more by distance, so. Paragraph A2 does not apply. Yeah, okay. No, I didn't plan an alternate either. I probably should have. But we're dead set on trying to get to Iowa City, which I would not do in the real world. So, they want basically 45 minutes extra fuel. So we'd be cutting that really close tonight. If I flew at 55%, what would that do for my ground speed? Should we see that? Let's see what happens if I kick back to 55. And this is like the lowest economy you kind of want to go. I mean, you can go lower, but it's going to be very slow. That's my ground speed at 55. 60. I'm burning 12 gallons per hour. If I go up to 65 again. Then I'm burning 14 and then 2 gallons an hour for 3 extra knots. Well, a couple more knots than that. So let's just keep it at 65 for now. Until I'm getting tired here, but we're gonna do it. We're gonna get to Iowa City. Flit 24 nautical miles away. And our next waypoint is the Victor India Oscar VOR, which is, give me a second, the Victory VOR, which is just south of Grand Rapids, Michigan. Remember, we took the Cirrus as part of the Cannonball run, the second one that I participated in. I did not participate in this year's Cannonball run, but I think I did LA. I did JFK to LA in about 13, 14 hours in the Cirrus. So this is a pretty fast plane for being a propeller plane. And yeah, we could have taken the Cirrus Vision Jet. What's the fun in that? If I was flying for Ticonderoga, I would have been there in like 45 minutes to an hour. Whereas with the Cirrus, it gives us a little more leisurely pace, if you will. It's not good on these long runs if you are not into the if you're not into flying long distances, but for a long time, if you will. Right, I'm going to put it in for now, Victor India Oscar, but we're going to not activate it until we're about a nautical mile out. So. Let's put Oscar. Come on. And again, I had to do this. So when I tried, oh, it erased it. How nice is that? When I tried putting the flight plan in, it crashed the desktop, and I just didn't feel like doing it all over again, or taking the time, or wondering if it crashed the desktop again. So we'll leave that for the Victory VOR. And we gotta get 1 nautical mile away from Flint. ADSB there. We got some traffic. The question is that sim traffic or not? And if you look here, it looks like it could be VAT sim traffic. We have a plane going to Buffalo, and it's at 33,000 feet. So now that must be flight sim traffic right there. Microsoft East Simulator East server. So it is what it is. But we're almost at Flint, Michigan. And follow flight. Here's what we did. We flew from 4B6 Ticonderoga, New York, northern New York, all the way through, passed through Ontario, Canada. Now we're over Michigan on our way to Iowa City, just right over there. We're gonna pass Chicago. That's gonna be some major eye candy if the clouds dissipate a little bit for us. So we'll see what happens there. I have a lot of scenery over there, so. There you go, we got snow again outside of Flint, Michigan. Bring the right, no, bring the left tank, okay? I'll keep bringing the left. If I did 75%, we'd burning 17 gallons per hour. And if you do the math, we have usable about 81 gallons. So 17 times probably about 5.5 hours is 85. So we'd come just close to 90. They wanted to leave some reserves, so we've been burning it at 65% power, 14 gallons an hour. 5.5 hours, that's 570. So then we have another hour. So actually, I would be in the right if I just planned it out for a percentage of power there. I'd have reserves of about an hour. And that's why we've been going at 65% instead of 75. And that's what you do to save fuel. It doesn't make you go as fast, but it saves some fuel and fuel versus time. So. Let's get an updated pressure setting here at Bishop International, which is in Flint, Michigan. 133. No, wrong one. 133.15.
Flint Airport information, Sierra 1800 Zulu. Wind 347 at 8.
Everything's from the north today.
10. Sky condition, ceiling 1,700 feet overcast. Temperature -1. Dew point 10. Altimeter 30.04. ILS runway 27.
The wind is shifted to a slight headwind, if you will. So, but we're going to turn a little bit more south, so maybe get a little bit of push. That's why we slow down a little bit. All right, back to guard.
Flint Airport information, Sierra 1800 Zulu. Wind 3.
You're on guard, Whip!
Hey, switch it over. Let's go.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, there we go. It worked now. For some reason, it sticks once in a while. I don't know why. But we are supposed to be on 122.8, COM 1. There you go. And 121.5, which is guard. So there you go. I don't know why that did that. We're about 1 nautical mile out. I'll switch to the Victory VOR. We'll be on our route even more. I'd love to show you Flint, but that's it. That's what we're getting. Just clouds. Oh, see a little bit through there, but we're right over Flint. It's a little transparent. Yeah, all right, we are 2.3 nautical miles out. We're heading that way because there's that wind off our right there at 10. So it's crabbing into the wind. Alright, Victory VOR. Here we come. Activate. And there we go. And sorry, I can't see much of Flint, Michigan here, but that's the airport. See that through the clouds at least. Boy, it's just, it's all IFR everywhere here. Tonight's flight. More than halfway there though, which is kind of cool to see. Still gonna have that wind off our right there, so the wind's coming from over there. So I would just be legal on fuel for this. So if you figured if I picked an alternate, I mean, it wouldn't. You'd probably want to land in the middle of this route if you did in real life, to be honest with you. But you can go to Davenport, Iowa, if that was a problem. If you had to go further out, you know, there are a bunch of airports in the area that you can go to. And check out SkyVector. Any update on this? We are just passing Flint, so that's where we are, right about here. And starting to get a little bit more VFR. There's clear on Grand Rapids there, so when we get to the Victory VOR, which is right here, it should get clear according to this. And then we're going to get into the soup a little bit more, though, as we get to the Northbrook VOR here on Victor 84. So right now we're just going direct VOR to Victory. So 115.95. We'll put that in the thing here as a backup. So nav radio. Let's see nav. Okay. 115.95. Switch it over. And it's saying Victor. So we're good there. Victory fuel. Not Victor. We're doing GPS, but if I had to, I could switch it over to VOR. That's on nav 2 though, so we should probably do nav 1. Click nav 1, 115. Not that it makes a huge difference, but click nav 2, just switch this over. Nav 1. Anywho. Totally turned it off nav there. We're good now. Oh, talk about little Detroit, Michigan Motown sound. Yeah. Yeah, getting funky. Oh, he put down the fuel tanks, everybody at Plymouth. Digi driver putting down the fuel tanks and fencing at my hometown airport of Plymouth. He's designing the scenery for it while we are here. So that's awesome. Nice. Grand Rapids, Michigan is where we're heading next. Okay, burning the left. And according to this, we should probably switch to the right now. We'll keep it balanced. We're on boost, going to the right. There we go. Did I forget my iced tea? I did. I'll be right back. I gotta get my iced tea. So my mouth doesn't get dry. Here we go. I'll be back. And we're coming back. Thank you to Otto. Pushing that thing up towards the sky. Okay, I got my iced tea again. On our way to Grand Rapids. And it does look like it's clearing a little bit, so maybe we'll see some stuff. Very good. Well, well, well. Maybe some clear skies. Excuse me. Very good. The range on this thing is pretty amazing for a propeller aircraft, to be honest with you. And the gold bar at the top tells you we're approaching approximately 60% done. Actually, I think the plugin I use actually tells me percentage, doesn't it? Distance to go, 235 nautical miles. Time to go, 2 hours. So, 28 gallons. We have about 50. Oh, yeah, we're good. We're good on gas. Yeah, things you have to take into account when you're doing a longer flight like this. Excuse me. And it's clearing up ahead. Look at that. Awesome. The grand scheme of things. I'll show you what's going on here in the VFR section. I'll give you a second here. Oh, there you go. The grand scheme of things. This is what we're looking at for our route here tonight. Left 4 Bravo 6. We're about halfway there. We went through Ontario, which is the grayed out portion. And then we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And ultimately the 6th waypoint is our destination. So we've come a long way tonight. And we'll be touring all these different Star Trek sites in this series of the pilgrimage flights for Star Trek. So it should be pretty cool. It's been a long time since I did a themed series of flights, so it's nice to return to it. And we'll probably maybe get an updated altimeter setting either at Grand Rapids, or we might wait until we get to Illinois with Chicago. So we'll see what happens. we're going to be passing over Lansing, Michigan. Lansing, Michigan, which is going to be to our left over here. Might not see it through the clouds, but it's there. And you have Capital Regional International there, Kilo Lima Alpha November. I don't know if you can see it. Don't think we can. It is what it is. Have about an hour and 56 minutes to go. So it's almost going to be 4 a.m. here when I get this done. Would have been more like 3 a.m. if I didn't have the delays, but it is what it is. We'll see what happens. And that could change according to winds. Winds are now directly out of the north up here at 19 knots, so we're getting pushed down south, which is why the plane is more of a direct heading, so it can compensate for that crab into the wind a little bit. Go. Lansing over there. Just can't see it through the clouds. Is that the airport? No. That could be the airport, actually. Yeah, that could be the airport right there. So that might be Lansing Capital Regional International, if you will. Pretty cool, huh? I think it's cool. I don't think I've ever flown over here before. Or I haven't really flown this slow and paid enough attention to it in the simulator. Okay, 41 nautical miles out from Cedar Rapids. And we're sticking pretty well on this route here. Direct VOR radio. Uh-oh. What's going on? Hey. Don't be doing this now. You did it. It crashed the desktop, everyone. Can you believe this? God! Alright, I'll be back. We're going to pick up from, I guess, Lansing. Alright, I'm going to put you on standby. We're going to do this again, so I will be back. you enjoying watching the Eric Flight Twitch channel? Want to help Eric Flight design bigger and better content? Well then, become a subscriber today. That's right, for the price of a fancy cafe, mocha, affogato, americano, you can subscribe to the Eric Flight Twitch channel and help provide for bigger and better things for the channel. For the low price of a subscription, you can rest assured knowing that you will be supporting a worthy cause towards your entertainment. So what are you waiting for? Subscribe today. Alright, everyone, you're gonna hear double sound and music and everything, but we're almost there. We're loading up at Lansing, Michigan, and we're gonna continue on our IFR route here. It gave me an internet error, so I don't know what's up with that. Like it said, not connected, but I'm hoping that just everything connects. And we go from there. I'm using my Google Maps map enhancement as well. I'm using it the whole stream. So I took out some scenery that we don't need anymore, so that we already passed through, like the New York area and stuff. But we'll see what happens. It's gonna load. We're gonna see what happens, and we'll go from there. Digi driver almost fenced in the entire Plymouth airport, which is amazing. And dude, I want a demo scenery. I know it's not done yet, but man, that's kind of cool. So I don't know. We'll have to see what happens. But anyways, we were right north of Lansing, Michigan, so that's what we're gonna do, and then we're gonna go direct to Victory. Hopefully not have another crash desktop and just finish this flight tonight. I'm gonna be up to like 4:30 in the morning the way this is going. But anyways, we'll try our best. We'll get it going. We're still streaming, and we'll see what happens. I was 61% done. And I can't control crash desktops on the simulator. But for some reason this is loading slow, so I don't know if there's an error with the simulator here or what, but I don't know, man. We're gonna let it load though. Just got tired of doing the standby stream. I gotta get some funny things. I gotta make like an advertisement for the Etsy store, probably for the Eric Flight merch store, but I want to make them funny and comical as well. So we'll have to see what happens. Kind of like my subscribe on Twitch one that I just showed you. Kind of breaks up the standby, which is good in its own way. It just gets boring because you have to make clips and not highlights. It doesn't do highlights, it just does clips. So it's like you have to clip things to make it look on the standby screen. But for some reason this doesn't work. We're gonna probably call it a night. I think it's gonna work though. The only other solution is to restart the whole computer and then take even more time, which is, I don't think, worth our time tonight. So, if not, we'll just pick it up from Lansing, Michigan, and I'll probably try to fly that tomorrow because I do want to make this happen. We'll call it leg 2, but we'll try to finish it tonight. Just have to see if the sim's going to load and do its thing here. So, wait a minute. Let's see what it does. I know it's kind of freezing up here. Okay. Alright. See if the Google Map mod is working here. Yeah, it's loading imagery. Okay. I mean, was there an update on the simulator today? I don't know, but we're on the west ramp for Lansing, Michigan. It seems to be loading some stuff here. I'm only going to go half fuel because I was about halfway on fuel. So I'm going to keep it at half. I'm going to see what that would do. But we are on the ground at Lansing. I got to start this thing up and get out of here. That's pretty much what we need to do. No one is on for VATSIM. I'm going to reconnect that now just to make sure. And I already altered my flight plan. And I am donating to VATSIM. I think $3 a month. I think it's worth it. I've used VATSIM since the beginning when they were VATSIM, and before then it was Satco. So it's loading FSLTL. No, it's not. It is now though. Alright, we'll let that load, and we'll get this. See, it just put American Airlines flight there. Alright, without further ado then. Yeah, I'm doing it because I want to get this Iowa City flight in, but I've crashed the desktop twice, so I'm trying my best to get through it all. I have the weekend, so we're good. Tomorrow I'll be waking up early with tons of coffee, and then we'll see about flying again tomorrow. But I want to get this Star Trek flight done. I want to get to Iowa City, and then I want to show the video of Riverside, Iowa, which is the hometown of Captain Kirk. So we're gonna do this. But thanks for coming on the broadcast. All right, pre-flight completed. Emergency equipment on board. Passengers brief. So we're starting up from Lansing, Michigan, because that's where I was right north of when I did this. External power. Not connected. Brakes held. Battery master switches on. I gotta turn everything off again because it crashed the desktop. Oh, okay. Battery master switch is on. Lights are off. For some reason, it defaults with the lights on now. I never understand the saving state in this thing. Alright, strobe lights are on. Oh, nice. Well, welcome to my world. That must have been pretty interesting, though, right? Mixture full rich. Okay. Full power. I'm not doing that tonight. I'm just saying in real world. All right. Let's see. Prime then boost. 1, 2, 3 to boost. Okay, I'm gonna clear prop. Put this at 1/4 of an inch, right about there. And clear prop. Let's start. Clear prop. Nice. Dude, Digi. I'm getting excited to the point where if you want to send me a demo, even though it's not totally done, I wouldn't mind it. I know that might be not possible, but I'm just saying. I'm getting pretty excited. He just wrapped Plymouth Municipal Airport. He's making scenery for my real old home airport, which is amazing in itself. So, all right, oil pressure check. Starting up at Lansing, Michigan here. LTMS switch is on. Good. Avionics going on. Come on, avionics switch. There we go. Alright, there we go. And engine parameters monitor. We're all in the green. We're good. External power not needed. Ammeter check. Alright, I have no clue at a Lansing what I'm going to do here. So, I'm just going to try to move this along here. Okay. Alright. Well, taxi. I'm going to get my chart out. I'm going to show you this too. Nice. Very nice, though. I congratulate you, sir, on the airport. That's amazing. What was I doing? God, now it's getting too late where I'm not even thinking anymore. I was going to do something. I picked up my phone. Oh, well, I should probably connect the GPS to it first. Yeah, let's see if I can get this thing working. That's not working. Alright, I got to reload the GPS out. Coordinates to the tablet. You can see what I'm doing here. There we go. See how it has all those coordinates? That's getting fed from the simulator. There we go. Alright, I was going to get a plate for Lansing. There we go. There we go. And I'm almost at the transient ramp. I couldn't really just find out. It wasn't really downloading the scenery fast enough. But on the west ramp, close enough to the transient ramp. Okay, let's get some weather here. 119.75. Okay. Monitor to COM 2. I don't need the markers.
Lansing Airport information, Yankee 1800 Zulu. Wind 016 at 5. Visibility
016 at 5.
Sky condition, ceiling 1,800
So talking runway 6, which is nice to see.
Temperature -2. 2.10. Altimeter 30.08. Visual runway 10 left and ILS runway 10 right in use.
10 left.
Landing and departing runway 28 right and runway 28 left. VFR aircraft, say direction of flight.
It is what it is. So, with that, I guess we'll use 18 right or whatever that is. Okay, we're going to be on VET Unicom, so 122.8. I am connected. I did file the flight plan, right? These are the things that we double check. Yes, mode C already. Flight plan is filed. Let's get in the air here. Okay, so if I'm going 18, probably 28 left. Double checking the ones on VET Sim. Nope, Minneapolis Center is there, but no one else. So that's not us. Charlie Bravo to 28 left. How's that? I'll do it. That's what they kind of said was there. What was I doing on my phone? I don't know, but we're just gonna go with it. And thank you again for sticking with me here. Let's go back to the checklist. We're gonna taxi out here. HSI, to gyro, turn coordinator. All right, and with that, then I'm gonna go back to my diagram and taxi. Lansing traffic, Cirrus SR22 Foxtrot. We're at the west parking. Gonna taxi to 28 left via Charlie Bravo. Lansing. Okay, I'm gonna turn this thing around here. Nope, parking brake off. head out of here. Where's the exit? That's what you have to ask yourself. I guess it's over here. I'm a little perturbed on this grass here. But if that's the exit, that's a really small exit. There you go. And this would be Charlie. Okay, things to set up here. 8,000 on the altitude. Probably should wait till we get to the run-up area, but who's really into that, you know? 8,000. We were doing so good. Then we hit just north of Lansing, and it froze up and crashed the desktop. Some American Airlines flights down here. Some American Eagle. Bravo should be on our right. There's the sign for it right there. Taxiway signs seem to be good. Bravo. Yep, I'm in the terminal ramp, which is not Bravo. It said Bravo that way, but I'm in the terminal ramp. So, all right, we'll take a little view of the American Eagles lined up. Vernas Tower is like, what the hell are you doing? Alright, we'll get back onto Bravo now. Alright, and we're back on Bravo. Very good. Hey, I didn't plan on being on Lansing, Michigan. This is all a setup here, if you will. Alright, how are we doing on there? We're doing okay. Alright. Well, excuse me. We'll be flying till like 4 a.m. tonight, but it's cool. It's gonna be like my rock star days in my 20s when I used to gig in clubs. That's all. A lot of snow here. Hey, but at least we got to see Lansing. I kept saying we can't see it through the clouds up there, and now we're here. We saw the airport from a distance, though. Alright. Sorry about that. Do a quick run up, and we'll get the heck out of Dodge. So close. It was going so well, wasn't it, Kirk? It was. My comm badge keeps moving around. Alright, I'm gonna come over here at the very end. See, the railroad wouldn't crash the desktop. Oh, and you'd have like controllers down here, but it's okay. It's cool. Alright. I have to do the run-up because I have to make sure I'm good to go because I'm kind of tired, I won't lie. Did work all day today. We'll get through this. Yeah, right. I did take a nap, by the way, before I streamed tonight, if that means anything. Alright. There we go. I'm going to be kind of in the wind. Before takeoff, caps, handle, seat belts, doors, brakes, flight controls, free and correct. I don't want to mess anything up. Trim is set for takeoff. We're going to pretend it is because this doesn't work. Autopilot disconnected. Flaps 50%. Double check visually. We're good. Flight engine check. We are in the green. We're about 1,000, right? Yeah, just a little bit more. Not much. Fuel quantity about half. We're on the left tank. That's about where we left off. Propeller check. We're going to go to 2,000. There'd be a detent felt there, which there is. So we're good there. We're going to be at 1,700 now. We're going to check the mags app, but let me go in order here. 1700 alternator check. It is good. Alright, avionics are on. Pitot heat's going on. It's going to stay on too because it's kind of freezing up there. Avionics are on. Nav lights are going on. Landing light on and staying on. Thank you. Even though it says you can turn it off. We're good. Voltage check. We're still there. We're still good. Magnetos left. Back to both. Actually, that was the right, wasn't it? Yeah, that was the right. Left magneto now. Back to both. Very good. Transponder on squawk. Good. Nav radio set. We're on 122.8. We're good there. Alright. We do have to set in direct. I'm not doing that whole thing again where I try to put everything in there. So let me get my plan out. The Victory. Victor India Oscar. That's where we're going with this. I tried doing this at the beginning of the broadcast, like putting in my flight plan to think I was all cool and practicing. And then literally I got to like 1 and then it crashed the desktop. So I've been doing each waypoint manually. Which is the same thing as what the computer would do anyways, just I have to do it every single one. Okay, I'm gonna enter that. We won't activate till the air though, because they don't give me a direct. And other than that, I think we're good. Right. Rotate at 70, flaps up at 80, climb at 101. Okay, I'm not gonna do the briefing because we're gonna be good. In real world, I do a briefing, but we're good. Alright, we're good to go. I will call it on that sim. We'll get out of here at Lansing. So, let me turn off my tablet so you can see what's going on here. Well, let's get this thing going, shall we? Lansing traffic, Cirrus Nautical Foxtrot, departing runway 28 left. Departure to the west. Lansing. Now look around. Good. And let's get on that runway, shall we? Notice that I was heading for the edge when I'm looking for the center of the taxi line. A little tired. Why? We're at 8,000. We're good there. Everything else looks good. Set up the heading bug to the runway once I get in the middle. Big runway, but that way you have maximum distance to take off. Ice will do there. Heading bug, bam. Good to go. Full throttle. And release. Here we go. Rotates. About 12 degrees is where we want to be. Flaps up. We are airborne once again. Thank the Lord. Please no more crashes to the desktop. Please, no more. I'll be here all night if you do. Alright, very good. Welcome to the broadcast. Sorry, we've had 2 crashes to desktops tonight. I don't know why. But we should be good. Alright, I'm going to say that they'd say continue on course. So let's get that going. Autopilot. Nav. Enter. Go. And altitude. Vertical speed up. Keep it about there so we get up there. And welcome back. We're on to the Victory VOR. Just departed Lansing, Michigan. All because of a crash to desktop. And we are going to make it. Nice. That's awesome. I just noticed you ended your broadcast, but that's amazing, man. It looked really good from like a quick view, but again, if you want me to look it over as of now, I don't mind you sending me anything there. All right, we're meeting out the picture, seeing that we're over 3,000. We're gonna drop down 1, leave it at 100. We'll be good to go. Alright, we're on the left, but listen, we're going to fly 65% again for economy, somewhat, on fuel. because that was going to be the thing. I wanted to see if I could make it. And of course, with the crash to desktop, I don't know if I would make it or not. I would have made it. I mean, for my calculations. But anyways, you see the green, yellow bar at the top. We're about 61% there, just like we were before it crashed the desktop. We're going to 8,000 feet, and this thing is not going to GPS coordinates because I'm an idiot and didn't set it that way. So let's do that, shall we? Let's do that. Let's head to where we have to go. Oh my god. Don't tell me it's crashing the desktop again. Alright, and with that, I'm calling it a night. We're going to pick it up from Lansing, Michigan tomorrow. It's got to be some scenery or something. But, yeah, I'm going to bed. I'm not going to do this again. Tomorrow, we'll pick it up in the second leg and go to Iowa City. That was my backup plan if this did again. Obviously, it's some type of scenery or something. That's, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah. So I'll take a look at that. I might just disable scenery around the Lansing area, and we'll see what happens. But anyways, I will see you tomorrow. I'm going to do this tomorrow. Lansing, Michigan. We'll pick it up. We'll go to Iowa City. We'll be at half fuel, and we'll make this happen. And Digi, your scenery will never do that. I know that because you care. So anyways, good night from the East Coast. It's 2:30 in the morning. I'm going to bed. Captain Kirk will have a layover in Lansing for emergency here. Get the plane fixed. Get that all done. And we're good to go. That's what we're going to do. So anyways, I want to thank Digi Driver. I want to thank Stu for coming out. I'm going to give you a quick shout out here. Digi, remember to send me your address and your t-shirt size so I can send you that t-shirt. Thanks to like everyone that came out and watched my stream tonight. Good Fixins, thanks for coming out. Thank you to my first viewer who had to see my first crash to desktop, our Bab Shoma, who said, welcome back, Captain. Thank you so much. That was a while ago. That was at 10:15 p.m., so that was almost 4 hours ago. And, yeah, other than that, I will see you soon. We're going to pick this up. I'm not giving up on the Star Trek flights. I may not wear the Star Trek shirt. I might not. I got some Eric Flight Etsy store stuff coming in, which I want to show you for real. And, should be good. So, let's just call it what it is, a plain error. And then we'll pick it up tomorrow from Lansing, Michigan. All right. Have a great night, everyone. Digi, feel free to let me know if you want me to test the scenery. I'm excited for this. Like, I'm really excited, and I'm so proud that you decided to do this. And thank you so much. Eric Flight, we're going to sign out now, and I will see you hopefully tomorrow. That's probably going to happen tomorrow, because I'm supposed to have, like, the whole day off. But I have to check in with the kids and the wife, so. Have a great night. We'll see ya.